loud or too quiet. Alright. I usually don't talk much anyways, so I'm gonna give a new name. What the fuck are these words? Turning like so damn loud. There we go. I think
only one thing to say about that. Hell yeah!
My PS4 is so damn loud, even though I have thermal paste on me to fix it, but I just don't have the tools because I'm rusty. It just sucks. I really want to get this problem fixed. Story isn't anything crazy or anything really, so I try to speed run through it. I wouldn't say speed run, but I try to rush through it because it's not that good. It's not good at all, to be honest. All repetitive, unfunny, annoying shit. Then some characters don't even act like they used to. But it's whatever. I don't care. I guess I do care, but it's not a problem for me, I guess.
Looks like a rough ride. You still with us, killer?
Worst
As long as the gameplay is good.
that ever happened to me. Let's do it again!
long as you're alive. Looks like Ellie got you within the city limits. Go find whoever made that distress call.
What is my...
I was made for this! Doesn't seem to be working yet. Seems pretty impenetrable. You get to see this all the time. I'm on fire! But not literally. Looking bullet sponge. Mustache, loser! You got lucky.
Hello.
Piss off!
Just a Swandy!
Get to cover! I'll hold them off! Bloody!
Bloody hell, that got a bit mucky. I thought we were sorted back there. Hey, you! Over here!
Slag me! You've got some good timing. These bandits somehow got their hands on some wicked Malawan guns. Oh, right, I'm Lorelei. Did Reese send you?
Reese? No clue, sorry.
My boss, CEO of Atlas. We're at war with Malawan. Not from around here, are you? Now all these maniacs show up all over the city screaming about some vault.
That's those Calypso's shite heads. I'm trying to beat them to the vault myself.
The
Shite heads.
Calypsos? Those yammering EchoNet arseholes with the cult? Well, I got no slagging clue about vaults, but Reese would know. Come on, I gotta tell him about our new bandit problem anyway. I'll introduce you.
If you want the skills to get the kills, you need a class
to go here. Place is compromised anyway. Let me know when you're ready.
You will be back.
Grab some wheels. We need to drive through the spillways, and there's always trouble.
Malawan pushed most of the Atlas forces back to HQ, but I've got a small team working behind enemy lines. I have to make sure they haven't been overrun with all these bandits running around.
Hey, recruit! 7 years ago, I started the Claps List service to connect people in need with heroes like you. Look, I forgot the password. But hey, these requests are only 7 years old, so I bet these people still need help / are alive. There's a doctor named Ace Barron who needs your help. He lost his staff. Head to the Mount Shower Recovery Center and do the thing. Then we'll both be showered with praise and admiration for our good deeds.
A vault hunter? What are you doing up in here?
Something about a lost staff, Boyle. Ring a bell?
Seriously? I put that request up like 7 years ago, back when I had a respectable establishment, not this crap pile you see now. But I am glad you're here. See, I'm trying to help out all the poor bastards affected by this war, but yo, straight up, we are running short on med supplies. We need hexaprizine, skag oil, melodinax, and hemopacks. Track some down for me, will ya?
BT Dubs, I'm not just a doctor in medicine. My
Practice in combat trauma.
but my residency was in rhyme. Word. Oh, snap! I forgot to give you a mixtape. Do you want one?
Well, maybe later, Boyle.
Yeah, no, I get it. You're concentrating on your flow. I'll hit you with it later. That punk ass is a black market dealer. I'll bet dollars to D's nuts he stole those supplies. Dude's a pushover, though. Just threaten him, and he'll give him up.
Let's take one out, see if we can find where they're getting this stuff.
I've got some supplies here, and I'm happy to sell them at a reasonably marked up price. I'm just trying to feed my family. You understand, right? Please, don't shoot. There's been enough bloodshed around here. Just give me the cash, and we can make a deal.
Yeah, we've all got a sob story. As for me, I've got patience to heal and no patience to deal. Just threaten him and be done with it.
You don't know what it's like down here. People don't eat for days. It's a nightmare. Wow, thank you so much. You have no idea how much this means to me and my family.
Man, get your punk ass out of here before my Vault Hunter changes their mind. Some bandits jacked a bunch of my medical supplies. Find them and blast their janky ride. Oh, snap! They're getting away! After them!
Nice! I see an echo in the wreckage. Grab it!
Come on, what the f in your car?
Okay, one more time, and I'm gonna say it slowly. Don't kill the Malawan guys.
Kill the Malawan guys! For you! For my queen! For my...
No. Okay, this energy, I love it, but we made a deal with Malawan, and now we're not going to kill them. So, what are we going to do when we see a Malawan guy?
Kill the Malawan guys! For Tyrene! For the twin gods!
Yeah, okay, gotta start this one over.
No!
Slag me! The bandits are working with Malawan! sick.
Ain't the town red? With blood, in case that wasn't clear.
Trying to be a rapper, but listen, medicine, it comes and goes, but my rhymes, that's healing for the soul. Look, just let me spit something for you. See, I bust raps like I bust caps, and that's that. Don't mess with my knapsacks full of fat stacks, or else you get the clapbacks. Word? Word.
Looks like we're still a little short on hemoglobin. Hemoglobin Disrobin is the title track on my mixtape, by the way. Do you want one, or no? Still no? Okay, screw it. I'll donate some of my own. Grab this empty emo pack and give me an assist. Okay, now. Very, very carefully. Oh, yep. Okay, that'll do.
Sorry. Oh, I didn't mean... Oh, sorry.
Okay, thanks, I think. But at least maybe this will finally give me some street cred. Maybe I'll get one of those sweet Atlas robot arms. But hey, don't worry about me, I'll survive. And so are my patients, thanks to you. Mount Schuler is finally ready to staff up and heal the hurt. Oh, by the way, that Harden guy stopped by. Wanted you to have this. His way of saying thanks, I guess. Word. Last chance on that mixtape, by the way. Still no? Word.
Word.
My people are inside. Let me do the talking.
Lorelei.
Oi, Skyman! Open up!
Password?
Passwords, open the bloody door before I shove a coffee grinder up your ass.
It's definitely her, guys. Welcome back, sir.
Report. How's it looking?
Lots of movement. Bandits and Malawan patrols working together. Move the civs into the tunnels just in case. And we've tried contacting Reese, but Malawan's jamming our comms.
Bollocks. Stay sharp, Skyman. Come on, Vault Hunter, this way. There's an Atlas base nearby with a direct line back to Reese and HQ. Malawan captured it a few months ago. I haven't had the manpower to take it back, but now that you're here, maybe we can finally send those bastards packing. See these civilians? Malawan doesn't care if they're caught in the crossfire. They're here to take over Atlas and sell Reese's new weapons. What was that?
Malawan! They found us!
Run! Oh, bollocks! Malawan's in the tunnels! Take him out! Malawan's never come down here before. If they think we're easy targets now that they've got Bandit back up, oh, they're about to learn differently. Come on! Customer's always right, bitch. Come on, we're heading to Watershed Base. It's through here. Malawan.
I don't even know if my voice is even getting picked up anymore because I had to turn down my mic so low so that it wouldn't hear the from my PS4. No, it's definitely getting picked up.
We're close. Get
loud.
ready. These guys aren't bandits. Malawan's a well-equipped corporate army. We're gonna hit them hard and make it hurt.
You know where to find me. Need a diagnosis? Go see a real doctor. Need healing? Come see me. They'll take care now. Too much money or not enough blood?
Bloody Digistruct torpedoes! They're sending in reinforcements!
You couldn't hit a cow's arse with a banjo.
Come on, let's have a
God.
Back someone down and pop him.
no fucking damage, dude. I'm just a free teacher. There's literally no point in using it. Even stagger 90% of the time.
Good looking.
Here comes the frag! Fire attacks! Look out!
Use wisely, sucker!
That was brilliant. Alright. Let's get that shot.
Revive me, you dumb bitch. Oh my god.
Establishing connection. Alright. Connection to Atlas headquarters is still intact. When you're ready, Vault Hunter.
Welcome back. We've missed you.
Hi, you've reached. Reese Strongfork, CEO and wartime general of Atlas Corporation. Just a quick question. Who the hell is this and how did you get on my secure line?
Reese, relax. It's Lorelei. We've taken back Watershed Base with a little help. I've got... Hang about. What is that thing on your face?
Oh, this? This is my siege mustache. The troops love it. Anyway, who's your friend?
Guess I'm a Vault Hunter now. And a Crimson Raider. And a handsome bastard. I'm a lot of things.
Vault Hunter? Crimson? Holy crap, yes! How many troops did you bring? 20,000? 50,000?
You don't need all that. I'm a one-man armada.
What? Oh, come on! I can't take back this city with a single-digit army!
They're good, Reese. Really good. And we need all the help we can get. Bandits are pouring into the city, and they're working with Malawan. Looks like Katagawa's made a deal with the Calypsos.
Perfect. Everybody's just piling on. Well, new friend, you showed up at the right time. My top agent is gearing up to strike at Malawan's strategic gigamite. If they are after the vault, that's where the intel will be. Go meet up with my agent. Reese, out.
Right. While you go meet Reese's agent, I'm gonna get this base back online and start securing more of the city. Oh, before you head off, I've got something for you. Since you're heading downtown,
You have
I'm
to
hooking
talk
you up
to them
with a
so that they
cyclone.
can talk
It's
with us.
fast and light, perfect for getting about
Even
the
though
city
they said they were going to
Take it
talk
for a
to
spin.
us. Did I just lose $1,000 to?
That little sprig of mint gave you a new vehicle, huh? I'll make sure it's loaded into your catch ride profile so you can digstruct a new one from any terminal.
Reese's agent is a bit of a loner, but he's got quite the knack for putting people's insides on their outsides. I'm sure you two will hit it off just grand.
Super fan! So, what do you think of our first corporate sponsors? I gotta say, so far
us a bunch of crazy high-tech guns.
And once they take the planet, they get Atlas, and we got the vault, so you're left playing with whatever you got down there. You just keep doing you. Ah!
Looks like Reese's agent is in the Mercantile Plaza. Malawan's got a weapons depot set up inside the mall, and I'll bet bollocks to bullets that's what he's after.
I host an interplanetary battle royale called the Underdome, but I'm not the only one. There's a celebrity bandit named Kilovolt who's hosting a live stream to fight to the death in Prometheus Seaport District. Kilovolt's a total skis-ball, and he's giving battle royale a bad name. So we're gonna pull the plug on his show. I'll meet you down on the planet. Full disclosure, we used to date. After I left, he joined the Children of the Vault. A cult of mindless followers must have been a magnet for an pure nothing like Kilovolt.
Did you see that?
Prize winner of Kilovolt's contest gets to sleep with the man himself. Now there's plenty of reasons a woman might enter a battle royale to the death. Cash, fame, a gun that can melt a man's face off. But betting Kilovolt? That's no prize. Trust me. Oh, just a warning about Kilovolt. Every word that man says makes me want to pull the trigger, if you catch my drift. And we will, soon enough.
Already? Well, it's your funeral.
I was hoping you'd show up.
Best battle royale ever!
You entering to win the grand prize?
You know it.
All right, Voltheads! Let the games begin!
While you do what you do best, I'll figure out a way to cut Kilovolt's cord for good. See you at the bar later.
You gonna get fish. Have a taste of food. You'll remember my name, which is. Still got it. More dead. Right after this.
Moxie's crew must really want those tokens. Easy, Voltheads. There's plenty of current to go around.
Oh, please.
Check out Moxie's crew, making a splatter painting. Nasty. Things are really starting to heat up. But save some juice for the after party, eh?
You'll not weep for me. To the arms of Tyrene.
Killed my little brother but me!
Do some work, Joel.
Stop!
Hey, Moxie's crew. I hope you're as freaky in the sheets as you are deadly in the streets.
He'll get his eventually. Just not the way he thinks.
If you're just tuning in, this is Who Wants to Bang a Bazillionaire, where 4 contestants fight to the death to win one night with me, Kilovolt. We've got a great lineup of contestants today, including...
Look at this lazy bum.
What's that?
Yes, that claptrap has a
Not
functioning
much, just
eye.
streaming.
My friend will be so happy. This universe does not fare well.
Didn't join, so I just did some other stuff.
What, was no one else playing? Was no one else on?
When I dated Kilovolt, he was
No.
just Kenneth. The breakup hit him hard.
John isn't on or anything?
Started chugging battery acid to bulk up. I've got to
We've
find
been
a
on
way
for
to
like 4
dampen his
days or something.
charge, which gives me an idea. Bring Moxie a few batteries, would you?
What are you doing?
I'm playing on my Zane.
Oh.
Come here, you filthy heretic! Did you see that?
And Moxie's crew is really cleaning up out there.
Screw you!
That's about it. Just chilling. I just woke up like an hour ago, maybe.
Looks like we've got a deathmatch on our hands.
Shut up with me, guys! More!
Why, were you sleeping?
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, why were you sleeping?
Oh, I was just tired.
For the twin gods! My purpose fulfilled!
You did come to stay up really late.
Yeah.
I didn't even see you on last night. Because you must have got on super late.
Yeah, I did. I don't even remember one. I think it was like 1 or something. And I got off at 4.
PS4 this morning and it showed one of those, like, in the activity feed. It showed that, oh, it was like, oh, it was a badass or whatever. Yeah, badass Vault Hunter. And it just shows, like, some generic-ass screenshots, which are not at all, like nothing that came from the actual game that you're playing.
Yep, exactly.
Like, shows a purple weapon in a single red chest. And then, like, a screenshot of a car driving over something. And then, like, a screenshot of just a hallway that's just nicely lit. And it's like, yeah, those are the highlights of my playing Borderlands 3.
I got one that was
a car, and a purple weapon. As long as it's a Tediore, I mean...
Yep. I got one that was like this pile of money.
In the photo, it's like a Vladoff AR or something like that. A purple Vladoff AR.
Probably didn't even get that.
No. The chest, like I said, it's just like the equivalent of stock images. I've seen the same 5 images on different people's things, and I'm like, oh yeah, they don't even try. It's like other companies, they just put a stock screenshot of the game or whatever, or just the cover of the game or something.
Yeah.
With that, it's like, no, we put like 3 different screenshots in different resolutions on your screen. It's like one's a big square, one's a tinier square, and then one's an even tinier square. It's like, yay. I wish you could turn that shit off. Hey, at least because you stream on Twitch now, you can do the Twitch integrated stuff in the game.
Oh, what's that?
Did you not see that in the options menu?
No. I'll go check that out.
You go to network and social in the options menu.
So I go to social, and then wait.
Not in the multiplayer thing, and you press the options button, and you go to options, and then in the options menu there is a category called network and social.
Can't find it.
It's not in the social menu.
I know, I'm in the... Oh, you mean options.
Yes, options menu. I said that.
No, yeah, but I thought when you said options menu, I thought you just meant on the controller, but yeah, I'm here. Oh, on. While enable, any actively streaming viewers of your stream can join in the mayhem and be granted the ability to interact with your game through the power of broadcast EchoCast technology. This extension allows your viewers to inspect your Vault Hunter's profile, gear, skills, and Guardian rank. Even more exciting are the interactive events that occur where viewers can earn loot you discover and rare chests to celebrate with you as you level up and sometimes become a viewer controlled badass. Don't you need people in your, like, fucking thing to do that, though?
In your stream to do it? Yeah. Well, at least now people who come by will have a reason to stick around because they can troll you with the fucking Pandora corn that explodes when you open it.
Anyone who'd compete to sleep with that man, well, they're a menace to society.
How do they, like, know if that works? How do they make it work?
You have to do stuff in the actual Twitch chat.
Like what?
It'll say stuff. I don't know. I haven't done it yet. I just know that it works because I've seen it on other people's streams.
During my dockside days, I was always starving. I begged, borrowed...
I was just telling you to enable it because you were streaming to Twitch, so why not?
Yep.
And on PS4, I don't even think you need to link anything. I think it just automatically links it.
Anyway, what? I saw some grubby kids fighting over a pickle. I told them a story, and they gave me a bite. And until I found the vault, that was how I put ranch on the table.
But I have no clue.
Stories of my adventures on Pandora. Where the hell is Moxie's crew going? They're off the map!
Kilovolt's an electro lightweight, if you ask me. He won't go anywhere without that electricity shield of his.
What about you? Were you on, or did you just wake up or something?
What do you mean?
I sent you like the party invite like an hour or so ago.
Oh, I was making food. I didn't see it until I got back after I was done eating. I'm still trying to get all the goddamn car parts.
Tell me what you got.
What happened?
I said if I need to turn down my TV, let me know.
Alright, good.
No, these are garbage!
Oh my god.
I found out though that I found out only the other day that in this game slag doesn't exist, but there are specific legendaries that have a damage debuffing property to them.
Yep.
That act like slag. And that made me a little bit pissed off, because I was like, so instead of having slag, you're just going to have a very convoluted mechanic by which you need to get a very specific legendary in order to accomplish the same thing that you would have had in the previous games. If you want even a slither of a chance at doing Mayhem 4 with a gun build. And the only reason I learned that was because I was watching one of Jolt Dude's videos.
Yep.
And normally I don't like watching people's videos to figure stuff out on my own, but honestly, like, they're the only people that have gotten to that point that they've needed that. And to me, I just think that that's very poor game design. And it's like, to make it worse, is Jolt's dude is working alongside Gearbox Software, alongside a lot of other streamers, which is why they aren't saying anything negative about the game. They just say, I hope they'll fix that, or whatever.
Wow.
And it's like, yeah, everyone else hopes they'd fix it. They need to fix the entire game first. It's like, worry about that later. They should have fixed the game before worrying about difficulty. The game had plenty of difficulty in it. It's just, even Jolt's dude himself in one of his community posts, I guess, accidentally said it himself, but he was like, due to the lack of content and the way that we have to farm things, it makes doing playthrough videos incredibly dull.
Yeah.
So he's discontinuing his playthrough videos until the game gets fixed, basically. He's still been streaming it every fucking day, but he claims that no one wants to watch a highlight episode that's literally him farming the same boss 100 times to get a world drop, because it's the best way to get that item. Because you also have the chance of getting other items that you would have wanted at the same time. It's like, you can farm the one guy that can drop the lootogram to get a Lucian's Call, or you can just farm what they call a loot source or a loot boss. Just a boss that drops a wide variety of stuff and has a high percentage, like Grave Ward, Rampager, and stuff like that.
Still can't believe it. I'm a baker by trade, but Lorelei says we've all got the fight in us. I just want my city back. Gotta admit, we've got a new contestant, Jenny of Rated 3.
Also, something I didn't know until just a little while ago. Not a little while ago as in today, but yesterday again, is that there are Mayhem 4 exclusive weapons that only drop from specific things on Mayhem 4.
Yep. Oh, I got the Juju thing. So I was asking you if you wanted to try it out, because I knew it was an exclusive weapon.
Autopilot? Autopilot!
Well, it's a rare weapon, but I wouldn't call it good.
Yep. It's a Mayhem 3 item or something.
No, it's Mayhem 4. As well, I'm pretty sure.
And Jenny's out for the count. All this bloodshed over little old me. I'm starting to feel a spark, Voltheads. 2 down, 1 to go. I'm not surprised Moxie's crew's coming out on top. That's her favorite position.
It's not, but I told him it was. Had to get mine somehow. His circuits are a little short, if you catch my drift.
Oh, I like the way you work that trigger finger. Maybe I'll let you flip my favorite switch with it.
I know, he's gross, but pay it no mind, sugar. Eyes on the prize. Let him run his mouth now before we stick some soap in it.
Have some money. Now, why not spend it? I used to have one just like that. Support local business. Sell to Marcus. You know where to find me. A fair price for peace of mind.
huge roller team dogs.
Get some post-coital ice cream. Guess Killabolt's favorite flavor. Go on, guess.
Have you found all the planets yet, or?
Yeah. I haven't used.
I don't know if I have.
If you count the proving grounds as planets.
Yep. There's more than one?
Yeah.
Oh, then I guess I don't have one. I only have that one with the skag thing. I haven't been able to find the rest.
The Tord one counts too, dude.
Oh. So yeah, that's two.
And Moxie's crew has sent the grog robber from Eden 6 back into the mud. Too bad, I've got a jungle she could tame. Seriously, guys, has anyone seen my trimmer? Oh my! We have ourselves a winner! Make your way to my casa and we'll start on electrical fire!
Before you go up against Killabolt, get me those batteries, would you, sugar? I've got to find a way to use Killabolt's overcharged personality against him.
Damn it! That was all me.
Also, I'm surprised you don't remember that giant square cube.
What do you mean?
Exactly.
I
don't know
remember
how
it,
you
the one in
beat...
the sky.
What do you mean the one in the sky?
The one by Penn and Teller, right?
No.
Then yeah, I don't
No,
remember.
it's on Prada Feo. The Iridian planet. It's a giant levitating cube, I should say. Or a box is a better way to put it.
Yeah. No, I remember. I just didn't know where it was, so I didn't really bother looking for it. Researching it up.
Hey, what the hell is Moxie's crew doing? Get back to the battle royale!
You said opening that was a guaranteed legendary, right?
No.
Oh. Excuse me.
No, not me. Shoot him.
Hey, Moxie's crew, how about I put my positive with your negative, and let's see if we can make the sparks fly.
Ignore him, sugar.
I protect the family.
It gets so addicting having a snowdrift.
Feel our power. I'm the fake. I'm the fake.
So fast.
Gotta go speed. Gotta go speedy, 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 fast.
You couldn't hit a cow's arse with a
See,
banjo.
Gonzalo? Speedy Gonzalo.
That's my favorite Sonic character.
Yeah. How do you did you figure out how do you get the you know, if you put points into those like trees, it gives you like player skin burning bright or whatever the fuck. How do you unlock those?
They're automatically unlocked.
Then where do you get them?
You just have them. Once it passes the level in the tree, you have it.
Get that operative!
I don't think it puts a skin into your inventory like BL2 did. I'm pretty sure it just gives you the skin. It's a global skin anyways. I don't see why you would need to have it be an item. But then again, that was the same way with BL2. Why do you need to have the skins that you get from the thing be an item? Also, I haven't bothered to try it yet, but I don't think the Typhon caches give you increased loot on Mayhem 4 like the fucking cube does. Just about every Typhon chest I've opened has been full of purples and blues. I don't think I've had a single legendary from the Typhon caches. Despite seeing other people get legendaries from them. Typhon just hates me because I constantly make fun of the gun. My favorite gun is gun. Gun.
The Cryonova. I'm so dumb, I forgot to equip what do you call those? The bonus thingies for your action skills?
Action skill augments.
Oh. Forgot to equip them for this now.
Cutscenes are so good, dude.
What are those?
I really need to get more of them. I regret selling my other one.
What are the cutscenes?
It's an SMG. It's like best in slot SMG. It's one of the only things that actually kills Mayhem 4 enemies without you needing to actually have a good build for it. But you do need to have one that is shock and then one that is fire if you want it to really be good. Shock weapons!
What do you have them as?
Mine's fire.
Fire? Headshot?
Yeah, it can come as any element. It just can't come as no element because it's a Mallow one. Its only downside is it has a startup before it fires. Like, you can't turn a corner on a guy and fire on him with this gun.
Has a spinny thing?
Well, no, it's a Mallow 1 burst, or not burst, it's just a Mallow 1 SMG in this game. It's just how they work. They always have a firing delay. But the best part about this thing is enemies with shields don't matter.
What do you mean?
The only ones that do matter are the purple guys, because reasons. Their shields you can't bypass with the Cutsman, but all the other shield enemies you can. Makes no sense.
The immunity guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys are bull.
I was getting pissed at them earlier. Because I got up to Tyrene and I'm on true Vault Hunter mode.
Unionized love nest. I swear.
I never let
if they
him
didn't
into my
have that
bar,
immunity
for the
shield,
record. He
it wouldn't
didn't
even be a
satisfy
problem.
my
But
cravings.
that one thing.
The immunity shield isn't the problem with those guys.
Hand me
That's
those
just
batteries,
one
sugar.
thing. The worst problem about those guys is the
In
fact
my
they
spare
just
time, I
can
like to
go
make my own
immune.
toys. This one, it's
It's not even the shield
Something
giving
I
them
cooked up in
immunity,
the
because
bedroom.
even with the shield, you can still, with
This little device should
Mose
help
and a
us
lot of
short
the
out
other
Killabolt's
characters, you can put your
defenses
clone
when you hand
out,
in my
go
token.
behind them, and
I
shoot
think he'll
them.
find it rather shocking.
The worst part about it
Tell
is the
Killabolt
fact that
this is
they
a
have an
token of my
ability where when you
affection,
get close to
before you
them,
shoot him
they
in the
turn
face.
red and go completely
anywhere
immune to
else
all
you've been
sources in
so
all
disordered,
directions.
if you
For
catch
no
my
reason.
drift.
They just, you can't hit them. And it's just the most bullshit
the
fucking
dick.
thing on the planet.
That's
Because
the
even if you learn that, oh, you can stagger them by getting close to them, it doesn't matter because they can just go wham and be immune. And now they're immune for fucking 10 seconds, and it just breaks the entire pace of combat. It grinds everything to a halt because that one fucking enemy has a goddamn way to circumvent the fucking point of the game, which is shoot bullets at enemies. You can't shoot bullets at a guy who's fucking 100% immune to everything. It's bullshit. I could understand if he was like heavily damage resistant or something. Because that's what other enemies in previous Borderlands games would have been. They would have just been incredibly damage resistant. But for whatever reason, they gotta be like a fucking finger in the ass in this game and just go at the absolute extreme and just be like, yep, enemy's fully immune. Meanwhile, we're going to patch skill trees to make them worse because we don't know how skill trees work on most characters.
Take back that cranky knob.
One of Moses' skills has been working incorrectly since it came out, and they were just like, you know what, we're just going to remove the text that says it makes Iron Bear do extra damage. Because it doesn't, and we're just going to call that a glitch now. Instead of just adding the extra damage, they were just like, no, we're just going to take the effect off, so now it's just a 2-skill thing. I can't even remember what it was. It was like increases Moses' damage and increases Bear's hardpoint damage or some shit. I can't even remember which one it was. I think it might have been Desperate Measures. In the red skill tree.
Man about town.
All I know is one of those skills that used to say something like increases Moses' gun damage and increases Bear's hardpoint damage. And it's like, what the fuck is hardpoint? There's not a single skill or anything in the skill tree called hardpoint. And it's just like, oh, you're gonna wait until 3 months after the game's been out to fix that, but you can't fucking fix, like, something that's actually more important, or maybe fix that before the game comes out? Maybe have some Q&A testers? The best part about it is just the fact that there was no single guy in the studio who saw that skill, read the skill, and went, what's hardpoint damage? Because that doesn't exist. It's not a mechanic in the game. The idiot developer that worded it that way made up his own thing that managed to stay in the game for like 2 months after release. Just because he was a complete idiot and doesn't understand how words work in the context of the video game that he's created.
To all our new viewers, you've tuned in to Who Wants to Bang a Bazillionaire, hosted by me, Killabolt. I'm also the grand prize.
It's showtime. Give Killabolt that token of my affection.
Fix the guns, shields, weapons, and items that have glitches associated with them already. That have needed to be fixed again since the game came out. Like, I don't know, the Miss Moxie's Embrace Shield, which is just supposed to heal you and your allies, but also heals all the enemies around you as well. Like, what the fuck? And that's still a glitch. They didn't even patch that in the last hotfix.
Consider your circuits fried.
I just wanted to be
Stupid. And believe me, my objective of playing a video game is not to sit there and shit on the developers. Borderlands 3 could have been one of the best games ever with hardly any issues if they took a little bit longer on it. But now the public gets to be the beta tester. Vortex Goon? Oh, you can get on these turrets? Too bad they can't shoot each other because there's a board placed in the perfect spot to block you from shooting the other one. It's amazing. Oh, the dude just got out of the fucking turret.
Ferocity is my middle name. Then Ferocity next.
What?
The freaking psycho midget.
I thought you could hear Kilovolt through my mic or something.
How was that? Fastball isn't as crazy good as it was in previous Borderlands games, or in previous Borderlands games, because BL2 technically is the only game that had the fastball in it, unless you count the snowball from the pre-sequel, which, again, isn't nearly as effective. Its most effective trait is the fact that it just insta-freezes shit. But it doesn't do fuck all for damage. In this game, resistances are kind of effed in a way, because the most effective thing versus any kind of other armor type is fire versus flesh. Fire versus flesh gets the most increased damage. Which is funny because fire was like the worst fucking element in 2, the pre-sequel, and 1. You always wanted corrosive or shock and then have an explosive element or no element weapon. Corrosive being slag in BL1. Not as good as slag, but it still functioned like slag. Whenever you had an enemy that was corroded, they would take, I think, 15 or 20% increased damage. It wasn't anything crazy like slag is. Slag, I believe, in OP10 is like 350% increased damage, or 400% increased damage, which I just find is so counterproductive the way that that game is balanced. It's the same thing with this game. And by counterproductive, I mean it's like, so you create a mechanic to lower an enemy's resistances that you then cranked up to 1,000,000, and in order to compensate for that, you have to add even more of the damage resistant removing stuff like slag or cryo, instead of just making the enemies have higher HP without augmenting their defense. Because the defense is where the games become broken. It's never the HP. It's always the defense. Because HP is just as simple as creating a type of build in which you're doing so much damage that it doesn't matter. Like, if you're insta-killing Mayhem 1 enemies, then maybe you need to go to Mayhem 2. If you get good enough with your build or items, then maybe Mayhem 2 will become too easy. And stuff like that. Mayhem 3 is where it starts to, like, even out, and only, like, TDR chuckers and people who have, like, Cryo Lucian's calls and every element cutsman and that kind of crap can actually go through, like, M3 and have it be a somewhat enjoyable experience. And then M4 is, like, exclusively TDR chuckers and Zane cryo builds and stuff like that, where you're just freezing the fucking enemy before they even get a chance to do them. Using, head brain freeze, I think it's called. I think it's in the skill tree with the shield in it. It's called, like, brain freeze or something. It's got, like, a skull with, like, an icicle or something. If you look at it in your skill tree. That skill allows you to do cryo with any weapon. And then if you use a cryo weapon, it doubles the effect of the cryo weapon. Basically. That is one of his more overpowered skills for doing a cryo build. The barrier is also not that bad. The barrier has a skill on it, on the right hand action skill augments. Not the left hand, but the two on the right. There's one where when you have the barrier picked up, it does electric damage to people around you, or it does damage like when you contact them, and that shit is a guaranteed stagger every time you run into an enemy with it on. It's one of the ways that you can kill the anointed shield immune guys, because you can just stun lock them to death with the barrier. I still have yet to beat Maliwan Black Site solo.
You beat it with other people?
No. I can't get it to work with other people. Some glitch or something always fucking happens and I can never get through it. The matchmaking sucks. It's not even the fact that I can't get through it with people. I get with people who have amazing gun builds that are great for taking him out late game. But they're terrible for mobbing, and I'm great at mobbing because my TDR homing chuck build, which people are trying to farm for shotgun ones, don't even realize that they can already do it with pistols, and it's much, much easier to get the pistol version of the build. The only difference is Mose is the only one who can do the pistol version of the build effectively. With the shotgun build, you can do it with literally any character, because the only thing you need is the shotgun and the relic. But with Mose, you need the ammo regen skill from her middle skill tree in order to make the extreme hanging Chad work well. or else you just won't get the ammo regen that you need. Because I've told other people about that, how they can do it differently in the comment sections. And people were like, they haven't seen anyone talk about that version of the build. A lot of people just think of the Chad as like the easy, the infinite ammo COV, you hold down the R2 thing. It's basically this game's Infinity because the Infinity fucking sucks. It's not even, I don't even think it has like half of the fire rate as a Rapid Infinity from BL2, which is a Vladoff Grift Infinity with no prefix, or I guess the prefix is Rapid, but that's because of Vladoff Grift. It's still sad to me that when they updated BL2, they never added pepper boxes as droppable items. Even though it's not like it would be something that would break the game.
What's pepper boxes?
A pepper box is a Vladoff barreled Jacob's pistol. Yeah, it's nothing more than that. It was just a special name given to a specific version of a weapon that can't spawn in BL2. For whatever reason, it cannot drop a pepper box. Even though the name and everything is programmed in the game, it's just a 0 with every loot table. So it can't drop, sort of thing. In the default game, of course, you can get mods or patches that, of course, allow pepper boxes to drop as legitimate items. Because, like I said, in the pre-sequel, they can. I've had glitch pepper boxes before. But they're not great. Again, it's just a Vladoff barreled Jacob's pistol, which just looks cool because when you fire it really fast, the barrel's spinning instead of staying static like a normal Jacob's barrel. Oh, sorry. Nope. Stupid hair. It must be that stupid hair. Down, down, down.
That's a new guy! Idiots!
Stupid is just a barber shop. Is it away? Down, down. Sorry. He's a legend. His fears.
What the fuck?
Why I feel so put out until he takes his helmet off.
Sorry, Kilovolt is so bullshit.
Is that a transformer? Yeah. Are you trying to farm him right now?
No, I haven't killed him once.
What are you using for a build, dude?
Regular guns. I'm 4 levels under level though, so it makes sense.
Have you tried using...
No, I got him now. I'm just gonna tease him. With Chucky's.
Chuck E. Cheese?
Yeah, with some Chuck E. Cheese. Fuck! He's pushing me into the shock.
Yeah, the charge move is what kept killing me.
Yeah, exactly. Every time I died to him, it was that. He pushed me into the shock and did damage while pushing me.
You gotta stay close enough to him that when he starts doing that, you can run or slide around the side of him. And you won't have to worry about it nearly as much. I wish I could hear the dialogue. I wish you could replay the dialogue in the story like you can in BL1.
What do you mean?
In BL1, anytime you get a person that says something over the echo log, or says something to you, you can replay that dialogue sequence. In BL3, you can only replay the dialogue of specifically echo logs. So, like, I could listen to the Krieg dialogues that we picked up the other night over again, but I can't listen to the part in the story where Trant goes, Captain Trant? Because that's, like, one of my favorite fucking things in the game. Is when he does that. When you're, like, halfway through the level and you're just about to go across the bridge.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Nice.
Would you get a Gary?
No, I got a class mod, but it has 3 skills in the red skill tree, which is the one I'm doing right now.
Yeah, well, with the way class mods work in this game, it's actually better to look for class mods that boost 1-point skills. Because those are normally the most broken. Like, there's a purple class mod for Moe's that gives you +1 to redistribution, and then +1 to the thing that makes critical hits do the bonus fire. And then gives you 3 to scorching RPMs.
Yeah.
For the super increased fire rate.
Fire rate, yeah.
That one was really good. I was using that for a little while on my stream Moe's. I just didn't have any good DPS weapons, and for whatever reason I can't seem to find a Bazoomi with high base damage.
Bazoom? What's that?
A Bazoomi is a spinny gun Vladoff with a bipod normally. It can come with a bipod or a double barrel. Double chain barrel, so you can have double chain gun. Active at once, which increases the fire rate by 25%, similar to the Vladoff barreled pistols.
Yep. I have a Vladoff Bazoomi, but it has the shotgun thing.
It's the high base damage ones that are good. And you can sometimes find purple ones late game that have a shotgun that has 8 shots on it, and those are really good. Those are better than actual shotguns. The sniper Vladoffs that have the shotgun attachment and the Vladoff assault rifles that have the shotgun attachment are better than actual shotguns most of the time.
It's sad that they made shotguns bad.
I use a corrosive Vladoff with a shotgun attachment on it.
Getting tired over here.
As one of my ARs currently, it's a legendary. It's called the, hold on, I can't remember. The Phaser, and the things are set phasers to kill, and it has a 6-shot shotgun that deals 594 times 6 damage, which the pellets from the shotgun individually deal more damage than the gun itself. The gun's actual damage is 499. So the shotgun part of it actually does more damage when you're up close to enemies than just using the machine gun part.
That's how it should work. Right.
Well, it just annihilates anything with armor. That's what I've used it for. It's the armored jabbers and the badass tanks and the badass militants that come with the armor on them. I'll swap it to shotgun and just instantly shred them. And then I'll pull out the Cutsman for the fire damage. And that shit is absolutely disgusting. Mine isn't even a good Cutsman, it's a binary with a fucking melee weapon on it.
Does that reduce the damage if you have a melee weapon on it?
To be honest, I don't know, but obviously I can check.
Yep.
Install it there, would you, sugar?
No, actually, we went over this before. The melee blade actually increases the projectile speed by 30%. That's pretty good, to be honest, with the Cutsman. Because the Cutsman has a really slow projectile.
I might use this just for the pleasure.
I would go as far to say it's slower than the Unkempt Herald. It's very hard to aim it on enemies that move or fly. That's why one of the things that I still keep on me, even when I'm using my gun build, is my homing TDR pistol. Because that thing's just so good for getting up with. But I prefer using guns. But yeah, fire's the best against flesh, obviously, but it's like the best in terms of percentage. For True Vault Hunter mode, it's 150% increased damage on flesh. For shields in True Vault Hunter mode, it's only 100% or something like that. And then for armor, corrosive only gets like 75%. And then cryo in True Vault Hunter mode gets an extra 30% against armor for whatever reason. So cryo is actually better to use against armor and just about everything than radiation is. Radiation has a resistance. What?
Isn't radiation meant to be for health?
Yeah, but like fire's so much better. It's hard to make a radiation build work, to be honest. Because once you get a multi-kill with it, it's like, that's it. Then you gotta spend fucking 10 to 15 seconds killing another guy to get a multi-kill with the radiation proc. Because there are, like, things that boost radiation's effectiveness and how much damage it does when it explodes and stuff like that. But it's like, it's so much setup for so little payout, especially if the enemy decides to just randomly move away from the rest of the enemies.
Yeah.
That's one of my least favorite things about this game, is how much the enemies swap positions.
Inactive.
I was just fighting a group of enemies by which I got like a badass enemy to probably a quarter HP, and it jumped away, and it jumped all the way to the back of the crowd and was the last enemy I killed after killing almost all the other ones. Because it just kept going away. He just kept fucking teleporting away with the freaking anointed bullshit. It was so annoying.
That's funny.
I wasn't dying because I have my auto bear cheese that I use currently to almost prevent dying on any situation. Because I have such a low cooldown for my auto bear. When I put bear down, if I get in bear, instantly get out of it, I only have a 7-second cooldown until he's up again. And that cools down before my bear has even ran out from standing there. So I can literally just get back into it while he's still spawned, and then get out of it again to summon a new one in a different place, and stuff like that. Or just to save my ass, which is what I use it for a lot. And then I'll put it like right at the entrance of a doorway or something so the enemies can't chase me through, although that doesn't stop the stupid teleporting anointed enemies. There's also that giant purple orb that one of the anointed enemies spawns that just follows you around for like 5 to 10 seconds. That shit is also just fucking annoying. That is just the definition of a mechanic you do not add onto a normal enemy. It would have been fine if that was like a boss's mechanic. It would have been fine, because then you would only have to do it when you wanted to do it, because you knew what was coming. But it's like now, you can't mob any bandits. Mobbing bandits means you will encounter anointed, which means you will eventually encounter one of the two types of anointed, which are incredibly annoying to deal with.
Malawan's got a weapons depot set up inside the mall, and I'll bet bollocks
You're either going to come across immunity asshole, or you're going to come across I teleport all over the place because reasons guy. Who doesn't even hit you half of the time. He literally just teleports, does a circle of orbs, and then summons the fucking giant frickin' Kamehameha orb to follow you around. And it's just like, well, you're fucked if you don't have a place to move. If you're in a hallway with that shit, you're dead. You either run, and you run out of the area where you are in, or you run into the enemies and hope you don't die. It would be different if the purple orb damaged ally enemies as well. If they want to make it fairer, that's what I would have done personally from a developer standpoint, is make it so that you could have lured the orb around and it would just damage other enemies on contact as well. So that at least it's not just a negative following you around for 10 seconds, inhibiting the gameplay that you want. Because no one likes that shit. There is zero people who go, that is my favorite mechanic in this video game. Is the giant purple orb that the anointed guy spawns to chase me around. There is no single fucking person that would ever call that their favorite mechanic. It's no different than the anointed shield guys. No single person would ever think that having the monster, or having the guy in this case, go immune for 15 seconds is fine. Oh yeah, he's just gonna summon pillars of fire underneath your feet, which guarantee hit you unless you literally slide spam with Snowdrift on. It doesn't do much damage, but it sets a fire dot on you, which makes it so your shields can't regen unless you have the thing that gives you shield regen for a critical kill. And that's only if you get the critical kill.
The COV glow-in-the-dark guns look so nice.
What do you mean glow-in-the-dark guns?
They're not really glow-in-the-dark, but they have like those tubes that stick out of them. The neon tubes, yeah.
Yeah. I just like them because they're an engine.
Mm. The little like thing on to the right where it like has that chain, that bike chain.
Yeah, it's an engine. All COV weapons are motor powered. That's why every time you pull one out, your guy chain, he either pull starts it or turns the key.
Yep. No, I never. Wait, no. What the fuck am I talking about? This one has a key.
Yeah, anytime you pull the, if you swap to another weapon and swap back, your guy will turn the key and turn on the engine. That's a whole
I've
like
seen the crank one, but I guess I didn't notice the key one.
There's pull start, key, and then button, push button ignition, I believe. Yeah, like the Hangin' Chad has a pull start. I think most pistols have a pull start, actually.
Yeah, the one that the pistol that I have is the keychain, or not keychain, key.
I don't even know how the chukkas work. Oh, let me put one on and pull it out.
The force field's down? Brilliant! That weapons depot should be easy pickings now.
Oh yeah, the chukkas are the one with the button.
No chance those dropships belong to Atlas, is there?
I couldn't remember.
We made them angry. Prepare for
Shooty time.
Malawan dickheads.
COV weapons melt.
Stay there, good looking.
My favorite COD in this game is the one where the psycho's like, something, something, and you're the mule. Die, mule, or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe singing songs about that one.
Kind of excited for tomorrow because I thought I wasn't gonna have school, but it's not gonna snow that much. I thought it was gonna snow a lot more.
We haven't even been getting snow, we've just been getting rain all day. In fact, it warmed up so much out I was actually able to finally dump the rest of my pots out that I couldn't dump out a couple months ago because I had poor physical health. So I finally got whatever plants were left. Got the soil dumped out and stuff, even though it was partially frozen still. It was unfrozen enough that it would slide out of the thing.
All right, what's our next thing?
New Maliwan systems. My sword requires an upgrade. Search through this depot.
It's weird to me, but I only just realized it the other day that Amara is the only character in Borderlands 3 so far that doesn't have some sort of a pet type ability. All other characters do.
Yeah. Ooh, legendary. Grant Zane Digiclone and the Bitray system augment whenever Zane's clone receives melee damage and creates a shock nova around it. Plus 8% splash damage, 10% Dow weapon critical damage,
Ew.
15%.
I think that's literally the worst legendary Zane mod.
Yep. Yep. So unlucky. Of course, I got it out of a chest now. It's cool, I guess. Ew.
What? That is gross. That's disgusting.
That's the big stink. No E.
The big suck. I call it the big suck.
That's the sword upgrade. I need it for our mission. I'll trade you for it.
Oh my god, of course I have to give him the fucking upgrade, because why not?
Thank you. Look at this. Monomolecular edge. Translation. Cool sword.
I don't know, if some guy can manage to find out how to make a build out of that class mod, I'd be fucking surprised. Because it's not like Zane's clone or Digijack clones, where you get like multiple of them.
Gotta keep teleporting or something. Nah, not even, I don't know.
You'd have to like put him down, run up to like a badass enemy, trade spots with him, and then hope that the badass enemy actually stands still next to your clone. And doesn't like side strafe a couple steps and be out of melee range.
Oh yeah, and it has to be melee, I just realized. What the fuck?
Yeah. It has to be one of the shitty punches or kicks that the clone does. That looks so funny.
I can cut Maliwan shields. Stand back and watch this.
I wish his clone functioned more like the clone in the... like the... I don't even know what you'd call it, the intro to all the characters, where it shows Zane, he's in like the room with the guy, and his clone, he like hits the clone, and then from behind he teleports, and he has a SMG, and he shoots 3 shots, and then the clone pours him a drink in the thing. He drinks it, and then presses the button and teleports again. And it's like, that would be so much more funner than whatever the fuck it is currently.
All those secrets in one place. A juicy target.
Not that the drinking part would ever come into play. I'm just more so saying, like, having the clone have more than one or two uses.
Meet at Halcyon Spaceport. Now the hunt is on.
Because, I mean, if you do the version where your clone has a gun, then your clone just has a gun. He doesn't do anything special other than that. He just shoots people.
Yep.
And because the gun that he uses is based on what gun you have out when you use the clone, you don't even need to have ammo in the gun that you want the clone to use. That's why I said when I got a Chukka on my Zane, I just, every time I go to use my clone, I swap to the Chukka, press the button, and then swap back to my gun using the D-pad. Because you only need to have the gun out for literally a half a second. So you can swap, press the button, swap back instantly.
I'm about to reach Gigamind, so I'll be able to get this class mod.
And on bosses like Trant, with the Chukka, if you get a shock Chukka and put your clone right next to Trant, he'll literally drain all of his shield instantly with that, because he basically has like close to infinite ammo with it for his duration. Guns that are not as good on the clone are things like the Cutsman, because the clone has no idea how to aim ahead of stuff. But if you put the clone far enough away, it won't matter, because then the shot will spread wide enough that it will probably hit most things. But the projectiles only go so far on the Cutsman. The Cutsman can only just barely hit the Grave Ward if you're standing on the very edge of the platform. But it is one of those things that you can, I was testing it earlier, you can go into the fight, he does the first move, you fire where his chest is going to be with the Cutsman, and then you swap to the Unforgiven before your projectiles hit, and you get like 437% increased crit damage as it flies through him. And that shit drains the HP like crazy, even in Mayhem 4. The only other thing that came close to it was using my level 45 Scourge. Or Scourge, however you want to say it. Scourge. I think it's Scourge, but whatever. That was actually doing some decent stuff to him when I was doing crit swapping, but because it was only level 45, it was missing like 1500 base damage. Because it can go up to 5,000. Scourge is another one of those Mayhem 4 weapons, I believe, that I somehow managed to get at like level 45, 46, when I was farming Chupacabra Bratch in Mayhem 4 just because I could.
Right out of my Gigamind. Not satisfied with running underfoot. Huh? My father once said I was 12th in line to run the company. So I made 11 quick little cuts to the family tree. Now I'm next in line.
I want to get another Rowan's Call, but I realize now how rare that fucking weapon is. It's as rare as the Lucian's Call.
Wow. And you had it, right?
Yeah, I got it as a world drop. Because like I said earlier, getting world drops for stuff that you try to get from specific sources is way easier. Because most of the stuff that you can get from a dedicated source also drops a world drop. So, just enough farming and enough collecting enough orange bullshit and you'll have it. Get enough Cutsmans and stuff and then you can actually run the I almost called it the Digistruct Peak, because that's basically what it is. The Maliwan Black Site. But then again, the Cutsman doesn't really help you kill fucking Wotan. Yeah. Because of its limited projectile range, you can't really hit Wotan in the air that easily.
Vault Hunter! Get the data from Gigamind?
Yeah, I got it. But I ain't giving it unless you help us.
And just surviving that phase is crazy enough.
Yeah, that. It's just I'm super busy.
I don't know how fucking people can do it.
Any other time it is
I can get him to the second phase consistently, and I've only managed to get him to the third phase once.
I'm gonna see how far I can drop kick a human
where
brain.
he splits in half.
My best is 21
And I died probably 15 seconds after that happened. Due to a freaking mortar from one of the guys on the ground.
I will help you find and open the vault.
I don't know how they expect people to beat that without glitches and shit.
And then they're just gonna go and nerf the glitches that people used to beat it and go, no, do it legitimately.
You're really something, Bolt Hunter.
Even though the guy who makes the game couldn't do it legitimately.
And it already takes so long to farm up the glitch stuff.
Like, honestly, I would love to see what the developers' builds would be for beating it. And I would love to just see, like, a 2 to 3 hour live stream of them trying to beat their own raid boss with legitimately farmed equipment that they were forced to farm on their own streams. That way they could get an actual taste for what the game is actually like, so they could be like the people who, like the guy who works for Riot Games and streams League of Legends on a regular basis. The best part about watching him stream is how he reacts to stuff like that. If you've never seen any of that stuff, there was one time he was streaming, and there was a glitch that got introduced to the game with like an old school character that's called Nunu. And it basically made it so that if Nunu is using his ultimate when he comes out of the fog of war, then he's completely invisible. Sometimes. Sometimes. And that's the part about the glitch. Yeah, that's the part about the glitch, that 90% of the time it would work fine. And it was impossible to replicate the reason why this would happen. And it happened to one of the developers on their stream, and he was like, we seriously haven't fixed that yet? I'm gonna go and fix it Monday. And it still wasn't fixed. It wasn't fixed. I still think it's not fixed in the game, but I can't remember. I just remember that as being one of the most hilarious things, because it's like, yeah, get a taste of your own sloppy development medicine. Maybe if you spent less time looking at your own subreddit, you would be able to develop the game. Except the dude's got 3 monitors open and only one monitor actually has anything to do with the game on it. Productively speaking. Because I can't imagine how those kinds of glitches can arise without being able to be fixed easily. It's just like stuff in these games. Like, why does Moxie's Embrace heal other things? Because some guy set some programming wrong. And it's literally as easy as turning that programming off and just making it only apply to allies, because they already have that with literally skills in people's skill trees. It's like when you have a buff on your character from another character, it doesn't buff the fucking enemies too. Like, what happened in the programming in between A and B? Like, there's just certain things where it's like simple QA testing and simple, like, I mean, I hate to say this, but submitting screenshots of glitches or submitting video clips of glitches to developers to fix and having them respond as noted and actually fixing it would change development, because so many developers lack transparency nowadays, where they don't show what stuff they're actually trying to fix, why they think it's important, and talking through to people why they think that is what they should be changing. Why the fuck do you need to change a movement speed skill on a character instead of something like, I don't know, audio and video desync on a cutscene that's been desynced since the game came out? Like, where are your priorities? It's like you got, as a company, I feel like you have to come out and talk about those things. Because it just gets to a point where literally everyone, no matter even if you do something beneficial for the game, everyone is going to be reminded of that one time you fucked up and did this.
Yeah.
Because that's just the kind of that's what people are on the internet. And the more you give people the ability to do that without defending yourself, and I don't mean defending yourself by having Randy be in a fucking YouTube video. I mean the actual guys who do the programming and coding for the game. Not Crazy Earl. We don't need Crazy Earl to tell us how the game's development is going. They don't need to make it over-characterized or something like that. Just have a guy sit in front of a fucking camera with a piece of paper or something and go, this is like the list of stuff that we're working on currently. And that's it. That's all a game company needs to do to be more gamer-friendly. But then again, even companies that do that shit do it in terrible ways. Monster Hunter has their own patch-based website where you can go and they have like a 12-minute video of like developer updates. But the entire video talks nothing about the fucking shit that they're working on in the game. It's just a bunch of fluff in Japanese being translated to rudimentary kindergarten English.
She can hold her own until we get there. She's a siren.
Because they can't be bothered to hire a better translator, apparently.
It would be helpful to have another siren on board.
Like, I don't know why this has become the norm for games like this. I can understand it being the norm for AAA games, but AAA games now are not a mark of quality, they're a mark of budget. And that was something that was said by an actual video game developer. AAA games are high-budget games. That's all it needs. It's not a mark of quality anymore. And it hasn't been a mark of quality for like the past 8 to 9 years. Because developers don't care about game quality. And a lot of the people that develop the games that you play are people who are intermittent workers in game development. Meaning, they get brought onto a company to do an allotted amount of work. They do the work, they leave the company. And it just so happens that now people are talking about this and being like, oh, this game developer fired 700 workers. But they don't mention the part where they only hired those 700 workers a year before, and they had a contract lease for how much they were going to work and what they were going to work on. Because that's how game development works. It's fucking corrupt, but it's no fucking different than anything else on the planet currently. The only time you get to be there for longer is if you are either incredibly liked by the people there, and even then you still might get fired by the higher-ups. There have been people who worked for Blizzard for like 10 years that have been fired in recent years. And that is like, just because they were no longer necessary for that specific project. And that's all developers do nowadays. People like Randy Pitchford who just steal thousands of dollars from the company and then just act like Snoop Dogg 420 smoke weed every day guy when he comes on the internet on his Twitter and tries to be hello kids about everything. Hello, fellow kids. I too am a kid who loves video games. Here's a shift code. I am not a robot. Meanwhile, here's a video of this dog getting tortured. I approve. And you're just like, what the fuck, Randy?
Does that actually happen?
Yeah.
So what happened exactly?
I can't even remember. To be honest, I didn't go onto his Twitter and see it. I saw it in a Jim Sterling video where Jim Sterling was giving Randy Pitchford a fucking, like a bunch of shit, basically. You could look it up, because it's just like, you just type in Jim Sterling, Randy Pitchford. He has like a couple videos about him, but a lot of them are, again, Jim Sterling doesn't just make bullshit up. He goes to like Twitter feeds and stuff like that and just takes screenshots like any other people do. Or they go onto those archive websites where you can see what stuff looked like before it got deleted and shit like that. I don't know. I think it's fucking hilarious though that he is such a. He is an actual embodiment of the character he plays in Borderlands in real life.
Oh my god, that made the snot come out of my nose.
He just doesn't speak like it. Some dude walks into his office and he's like, "Eat a beer bottle. Now get." Scram! And then when the guy comes into his office earlier, or later, he's like, "Sorry, I was just practicing my role." Or he doesn't say sorry, he's just like, "I was just playing my character."
Sure.
It's still funny to me that Randy Pitchford is Crazy Earl.
Yeah.
I mean, he willingly chose to play that character, so I mean, it's entirely up to him, but it's still just like fucking weird. What you want? His most quotable phrase is definitely the one from the BL2 Son of Comrax DLC. The one where he says, "Eat a beer bottle." I still quote that one sometimes, even just to random people. Well, not random people, but you know what I mean, like friends and family in real life that have no idea where that even comes from. They'll say something stupid and I'll just be like, "Eat a beer bottle." They'll be like, "What?"
Still got it.
What are you talking about?
I'll be like, "It's from a game."
Just laying out some
Eat a beer bottle.
karmic realignment.
It's the real thing! There!
I don't know, it's like I always wonder what happened to young Randy.
Who's that? I mean, I know who young Randy is, but what was he like?
14 to 15 year ago Randy.
What's so different about
You
him?
can watch his 2005 GDC Borderlands presentation sometime if you ever want to see. It's him showing Borderlands live on stage before Borderlands had cell shading. That was during the time that I mentioned where the game was still in development, and Randy Pitchford literally had, like, slightly after the GDC conference, probably like a month later, there was an artist in the studio who came up with this cell shading stylized way of portraying the graphics in the video game. Because they didn't change the video game entirely, they just changed the way lighting and graphics would be rendered. If you look at the old school footage...
Oh my god, you're lagging so bad.
First time I saw
I
Silent was
am?
my trip to
Yeah.
Venus.
You sound like a robot.
After I found the vault, Atlas
Man,
made me
my internet has been fucking up all day.
Yeah.
bastards had slipped some spies
Is it still lagging?
A little bit. I think it's fixed now.
Is it better?
Somewhat. Yeah. Before you were like a complete robot. Now you're
Sorry.
like a cyborg. But yeah, what were you saying?
If you need me to rejoin the party, I can.
No. You're good now.
I can't even remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, I was just...
The artist, Randy Pitchford.
Yeah, the guy who came to work for... Well, he didn't come to work there. He was an already existing artist there. And he worked on a thing with one of the guys there to develop the cell shading. And after a while, they finally came to what people associated with what is now currently Borderlands 1's graphic style. The start of the Borderlands style.
So you're kicking ass with the Raiders.
Originally, it was going to be very, very colorless, because it was based in post-apocalyptic environment. That's originally what the whole thing was set upon.
Yeah.
If she hasn't gotten herself killed.
It'd be so weird to look at the game without cel shading.
Yeah, I told you can look up videos and pictures of what it looks like.
Maybe it is, but right now it's attracting
because it's actually just something you can turn off.
Yep.
I came back from Pandora to protect this place. That was working out pretty good until Malawan found us.
Because in the presentation they have Brick and Mordecai, and the character looks, or the characters look so different without the cel shading to bring out their details. Because they don't have the black lines on their face like they do in these games, where it's like the characters have the black drawn outlines that make their face features actually look pronounced.
But let's not rely on his incompetence.
Now, look, monks, I know you think
Which Borderlands 3 actually has less of.
Cel shading?
No, it has finer cel shading. It has less of the thick black lines that go through a lot of stuff. Tannis is probably one of the only characters that still has a face that has a lot of the black lines on it, which is why her face looks so different than other people's faces. But that may be just me. Compared to, like, Marcus. Marcus doesn't have a lot of cel shading that goes on his character, or at least it doesn't look like it. The environment has way more of it.
Yeah.
You couldn't hit a cow's arse with a banjo. Came from.
Coast is clear. When we're not at war, the bells of peace ring all hours of the day and night.
Kind of a nightmare, honestly.
I was gonna play the new Monster Hunter update, but I was like, eh. I'll wait another couple months and play it when they've fully updated the game and it's not going to have many more updates or anything like that.
Probably finding trouble.
And then I'll basically just be doing it to complete the content, just because I find it kind of pointless to have a character with so many hours and not actually complete everything.
Hey! Yes, I am definitely at the library, because you told me to stay there. Here? Because it's where I still am.
As long as they don't have Behemoth 3.0, I should be good.
Gotta go by!
Keeping Ava in one.
But I'll be right back. I need to use the bathroom.
Yep.
But that's why I took her in. Either she was going to get herself killed, or maybe I can train her to, you know, survive.
Attention, monks of Athenas! Scapetront! Surrender the bulky fragments immediately. We're gonna neutralize your stupidly serene planet. That means we're gonna blow it up. God, I love this company. Form and function.
Songs about that one.
Vault Hunter. If you'd been around when the invasion started, we just might have held our own. Now ring the bell. I'm gonna need some iridium to get into the anchor hold.
It'll amp up my siren powers. On an extremely related note, how do you feel about grave robbing?
I'm for it.
Good. There's some iridium hidden in the cemetery. Something tells me Ava's already there. She'll help you out. I've never actually been inside the anchor hold. It's got iridium protections around it, but I think I can get around them. There's a passage in my book of ancient siren techniques. Gonna go grab it, since the library's unprotected, and I'll catch up with you later.
Support local business. Sell to Marcus. Shoot more. Marcus.
Are you seeing this? Open your bloody eyes! Zane, bye!
Wish I had one of those wooden arm back scratcher things. Normally the way that I itch my back is I just pull my shirt up slightly and just use it like a towel. Then I end up stretching all my shirts out.
By scratching your back?
Yeah. It's better when I'm wearing sweatshirts though, because those don't stretch out. At least not the one I'm wearing currently. Seems like a heavy, downy sweatshirt. Got like the fake fuzz stuff on the inside. Feels like you're wearing one of those soft blankets underneath. That's why I like it.
What are you doing right now?
Nothing.
Oh.
Nothing of importance anyways. Just mobbing. No, I was going through areas trying to get all the Typhon logs and shit.
I still haven't done that. I still haven't even done all the side quests.
I haven't finished all the side quests either, but if there's no side quest in the zone, then I don't care.
Cool if I take this. Thanks, later.
I hear her lips like that.
Whose?
Ava.
Oh, hey! I was just out here looting corpses. But wait, you're a hunter like Maya used to be? Go on adventures, save the universe, kill
You
bad
reminded
guys.
me of the fucking
You're making
face
some
morph
awesome.
video where the
like
guy
it.
Oh
face
yeah,
morphs their
fucking.
lips to be giant.
I instantly. I'm gonna be a vault hunter too. Or I would be.
Yeah.
Assign me more than just guarding a dusty ass library and staring at water for like 100 hours.
I wish I could remember what that video was called.
Really boring.
Why Ava is disliked and Tiny Tina is not.
What you got?
No,
Jake?
that's a different one.
Nothing, bitch.
No,
you
that's
got
the same one.
nothing. Come on.
Yeah, it's the same one.
Oh crap.
How half of the video is good and the other half is just eh.
No, that... The video you're talking about is just the girl talking.
What girl?
God, dude.
Everybody gets bullets.
I don't know.
The video... There we go. I went into my history.
What you got to?
It's Ava is a perfectly written character who's not annoying at all.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Maya says the monks put iridium in tunes, so the dead have some spending money in the afterlife. We'll pay them back later. Like, if we're not. Huh, empty. Weak. But I know a few more places we can try. Take them down, Vault Hunter!
Captain Trot here! Again! Why are you statue polishers fighting back? Anyway, I thought you were supposed to be all zen and shit. Stop this rebellion immediately, or I'll reduce your tranquil meditation planet to rubble.
Let's kill these guys and loot them!
That's what Tron says. Get ready for some divine judgment, Captain Tron! That shit kills me every time. Just because the first time I was not expecting his voice to go that high.
I got this one. Ah, it's sticky! Why? Why is it sticky? Oh,
That's where it went down.
Sticky! Why is it so sticky? Okay, I was making sure. I was like, I swear rack spawned in here.
Either way, they must die. Last tomb. Go get that fragment. Man, I've been dying to get inside that anchor hold ever since I got here. Something about locked doors, man. Makes my palms itch. Bring it on!
Oh yeah, I found out that you need to have your shift, whatever the fuck, connected with your Twitch and stuff, so I can't do the thing anyways.
Oh, I see.
Cool. Let's get this Iridium spot.
I could listen to that clip of him going, Trump!
I am done playing games, monks. Get ready for some divine judgment from me, Trant!
Maya wants to have all the fun fighting off Malawan, but screw that! That Tron guy is the worst, and I want to kick his dick off myself!
What nasty little girl. I just got to the part where he said that.
I used to have one just like that.
Then what?
Where Tron says the thing.
Ava, go protect the
My
grain
game.
storerooms.
You just barely got to that part?
Yeah.
Where he goes, Trump?
On my way. All I ever do
You're
is
making my throat itch doing that.
secret whatever. See you later, Vault Hunter.
Huh. Ava really took a shine to you. Might want to check your pockets. She was a stowaway on one of our seasonal merchant
It is,
ships.
sadly, it is probably one of the 3 top voice lines in the entire game in terms of comedy. And that's sad.
As my apprentice. I've got my book and heading your way in a sec. I'm just finishing
Comedy.
up
I don't know why I say comedy so weird. Now I say it weird without even trying to do it. Comedy.
exercises.
You talking about that comedy there, bucko? Why don't you give me some coffee with that comedy? Hey, you packed any cars and any yads?
What?
Have you been packing any cars and any yads?
Oh, what the fuck?
You pack cars and yads?
Of course not.
I said pack. Park. Pack. You pack cars and yads?
Losing my freaking patience, so I'll say this as politely as I can.
I parked them in
That's right, because who the fuck parks their car in a yard? They park it on the driveway, you dumbass. Fucking guy from Boston.
Parking in the
we
parkway.
park cars in a yard down here. It's a yard, which includes the driveway. I'll turn into Krieg. I have my Boston insane guy in the back of my head. Just constantly drawing out his A's.
Uh-huh. The book, I can see it in your bag.
I'll be talking to someone who'll just be like, coffee.
Fine.
Is that coffee?
Dumb anyway. Can't read any of that stuff.
And be like,
well, you will
excuse me,
someday.
sorry.
Wait.
Die tickling the old ivory. You wouldn't think our clamps are suited to the piano. And they aren't. That guy's got a synth-dope harmonizing module. Sounds like someone won't have an excuse to miss karaoke night this time.
I had to watch that part of that video where the face marks were. That's what I was laughing at. The part that always kills me is the one where it's like, processing comeback. Ding, and then he like lurches forward and eats the sub. Their big ass lips.
Oh yeah, when they're fighting Troy.
Yeah. He's like, I'm gonna become a Vault Hunter and I'm gonna wipe the floor with assholes like you.
Get the new guy! Idiot.
I want to say sometimes to that.
Well then why didn't you stop Captain Trot?
Let's crack on!
That's the one thing that was missing from Captain Hunt, was he didn't go Captain Hunt.
Have you found like any more bosses that I haven't seen?
The ones at the end of the trials and stuff like that, and some of the side missions have their own bosses at the end, but they're not. There isn't any more kilovolts, if that's what you're asking.
No.
Because he's like a true side boss.
Yeah, he's the coolest one out of them all.
I think what you meant to say was most annoying.
No, he's just cool because he has like his own area and stuff and quests. It feels like a main mission because it's so long. That's why I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I am through playing games.
Hey man.
Unless that game is killed.
You're an all-star. Get your game on.
Like
Go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get your show on. Get playing. Have you seen the version of that song that's and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming? It's
yeah,
the rhythm of the song, but it's just they don't stop coming.
Yeah, I think so.
Even the chorus is like, and they don't stop coming 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 and they don't stop coming. It's so good. It's like the one that is just, the version of the Ghostbusters song that's just called B. It's capital B space U space S space T space I space N space.
B.
Well, I don't
what?
think it has a space at the. It's just Bustin'.
Bust.
Bustin', but it's spelled all caps with the letters spaced out individually. And it's just this weird remixed version of the Ghostbusters song where it's like innuendo based, using what he said in the actual song and voice chopping. There's an invisible man sleeping in your bed. Ooh! Yeah. I ain't scared of no sleep. I ain't scared of no bed. Bustin', 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 bustin'.
What's wrong with you?
That's the song, dude. And then it goes, it makes me feel good, feel good. That's the best part about it. And it's like 4 minutes long. What's funny is even though YouTube's like search algorithm doesn't usually do spaced out things. If you type B space U space S space T space, it will actually auto-complete it because so many people have searched for the spaced out letters. Which is very weird.
Ah, he seemed alright. Apart from the old depression business, of course.
You got the iridium? Give it here.
I feel like I could phase lock a planet.
I've never been able to use iridium the way Lilith does, but I found a technique in this book that might change that. Okay, here goes something.
Let me tell you something.
It's working. Holy crap. I feel like I could phase lock a planet right now.
So dumb.
Teach me that right now.
I
Shut up,
get used
Ava.
to that kind of power. Okay, let's get the key fragment, Vault Hunter.
Ava, more like loser.
So, Ava,
What's funny is
the invasion.
about the Ghostbusters song thing
Water taught you something
is
after all. I can handle
the
myself.
original song.
I learned to fight way
If
before
you've
I
never
met
heard
you.
it before, I highly recommend listening to it because the original song he only says "bustin'" one time.
So that one specific part he just kept
That
looping.
one, yes. Well, it's not that one specific part. It's just they took the voice clip of him saying it and then put it over the actual song as a full song sort of thing. Plus other mixed up lines.
The Iridians left messages
Like the first two lines are, "There's something weird sleeping in your bed." And that's like, that's not what he says at all in the first lines of the song. Let me sleep in your bed. Because it's taken completely out of the context of what the actual song was. I wonder if Ray Parker Jr. has seen that version of that song. If he's even still alive, I don't even know.
How old was he when he made
As long
that
as
song?
Malawan knows it's here, Athena's will
That
never be
was like
safe.
30, 40 years ago, dude.
I should tell you this
Easily.
before I explain it to Lilith.
It was when Ghostbusters 1 came
I
out.
took Ava on as an apprentice. She's going to be a siren someday.
Did the
And I wanna make sure she's
2017
ready when that
Ghostbusters
happens.
have its own song?
See you up in the stars, Vault Hunter.
Or did they use the same one?
Oh, he's still alive. He's 65 years old.
Wow. My controller's so warm for my hands. Spitting and farting. Oh damn, it's 9:37.
Lilith tells me you have acquired a vault key fragment. Bring it to me. I shall keep it safe while you gallivant around in search of the other pieces.
These boots were made for walking, not standing.
Hello, semi-adult human. I am
Claptrap! Holy crap, I want so much
Ask about our one-click buying plan. When your trigger goes click, it's time to buy.
Claptrap, I heard so much about you. Shut up.
Yeah, and then he proceeds to like tell a lie, bullshit story to her.
Yeah.
Of course she would like the character that everyone considered annoying, but now everyone defends him.
What the fuck? As in real life people or the people in the game? Because I doubt anyone in real life actually likes this Claptrap. Huh? Hello?
What?
Defend them in real life or in the game? Like, I don't understand.
I don't understand what you're asking.
Defend Claptrap in real life or in the game? I'm confused by what you mean by that.
They defend his character.
I don't know, dude. What you mean? Oof.
A new vault key fragment. Just holding this makes my skin tingle. That and I ate one of Marcus's discounted burritos. In case you were wondering, this isn't a complete vault key. Why the Iridians split the keys into fragments is anyone's guess, but the vault...
What shield am I even using right now? Oh yeah, the uppers and downers.
Key on Pandora required 3 pieces. Still, it's a start. You should return to Lilith. I'm sure she and Maya have a lot of catching up to do, or whatever it is people with social lives do. No, thank you. Give me a sterile room full of surgical equipment any day.
I'm gonna respec and try out a different build. Even though this build is fun. Not the damage that's the problem. I just want to see everything. Oh, what the fuck?
What?
Cool. That if you turn it into the dome piece and you pick it up, it's literally 360-degree dome.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you earlier.
Oh.
You pick it up and then you use the skill that makes it deal the contact damage and you stun lock enemies to death with it.
I can't explain it right now, Lilith, but she's going to be a siren someday.
We'll talk about this later.
What's up,
Yeah,
Killer?
shut up.
Maya says you can. It's a major ass.
Ah, that was nice of her. I really put a lot of myself into it.
I believe it. Well, 1 fragment down, 2 more to go.
So what is this all about, Lilith? Why? Malawan on Athenas. Our key fragment has been a secret for generations. How did they find out about it now?
I'm not sure.
Come on.
Calypso seemed to know more about the vault
Let me
than any
go
of us.
to
The Tans.
Meridian. Whatever
They
the
knew
fuck.
about the vault map.
Please.
They told Malawan to invade Athena. They say they're after something called the Great Vault. The vault on Prometheus must be part of their plan. We have to get there first.
We will, Firehawk.
I'm not sure anyone calls me that anymore.
Long time.
Oh shit, I can use that Jericho rocket launcher I have on my other character to kill Ava.
Wow. Nice mustache.
Ooh. Delicious. My face instantly turned into the Grinch.
Yep, I actually I knew you were gonna do that. I imagined your face like that.
It's like, you get your hands close to your face and you just start oozing at the mouth.
Ava. Does she
and every time
respawn?
someone comes to her, well, she doesn't die, she just goes down on her knees like any other character. But you can just keep putting her down. Every time you go there, you just put the Jericho on, run out to the captain quarters and just, hello Ava, blast her with a Jericho and then run off. Enjoy. And then everyone else in the ship is like, I don't know why the Vault Hunter does that every time to you, Ava.
Wait, they literally say that?
No, Zero's the only one that actually has a line to respond to you killing him, technically. But that same dialogue line plays if he somehow manages to go down while fighting normal enemies. He goes like, they wouldn't have let me die outside of a cutscene. And he breaks the fourth wall, basically.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm too important of a character to just die normally.
Hopefully they kill Ava in the DLC.
Well, there is an Ava-focused DLC that's going to be coming out. Yay! Yay, they're making people pay for the season pass so they can force them to play through more gigabytes worth of information about Ava. Yay, try to make people love the character that no one wants to love. Yay! The sad part is that they probably already had that DLC in development before the game even came out, and they had the commercial response from it. Yay! So now they're just making something that they know people aren't going to like.
Yay!
Yay!
I was so excited to get out of that monastery that I forgot to pack some really important stuff.
It's just amazing to me that that's what Borderlands has come to, is them making DLC for things that no one wanted.
Hopefully they
but
drop
then again,
more
I
than
imagine the people
DLC.
who used to not like Tiny Tina when the Tiny Tina DLC came out. And thought she was an annoying character.
Ava's the best character.
To be honest, I think the same people that hated Tiny Tina would probably hate Ava even worse.
Yup.
At least Tiny Tina's character doesn't change. She's just the explosive trucker.
Always. Yeah, I was gonna say, she's always like that.
What the hell?
Explosive crazy.
You gotta get it back.
Oh,
Ava's just...
You're wrong.
I'm a 13-year-old kid, and I hate everything about how I was grown up. Can I steal that out of your pocket?
Carry or stash. I thought for a second Athena's was gonna be.
I swear every third line that comes out of her mouth is about her stealing something.
Razor wired. Oh wait, that's not even you. Oh, I have other people that play this game except for you. Oh, Emil, I guess, and John.
Oh, Emilio! It's me, Emilio! He still hasn't got a character to level 50, and he's had the game for what, 2 months? Didn't he get the game when it came out?
Yup. His brother did.
I just think it's funny, and it's no insult on Emil. I just think it's funny how defensive he gets over loot in this kind of game. Where it's like, it's to the point where, like, last time we played together, he picked up the legendary and didn't say anything about it. And he was just gonna take off with it. He didn't even put it on to use it because he didn't open up his inventory. He just picked it up and basically was just playing like normal. And it's like, motherfucker, are you gonna use that? It's like, at least show it to other people. Fuck, I hate people who are that greedy with loot in these games. That are like, I deserve it because I killed the monster that dropped it. And it's like, I'm not trying to take that away from a person, but if you're not gonna fucking use it and you're just gonna end up selling it as vendor trash, then why the fuck don't you just give it to someone else? It's a gun in a game about guns. If you want money, just fucking do the glitch, which isn't even a glitch. Just do the accidental, intended way to get a lot of money. Farm a barrel with a level 1 pistol.
I'm so happy we did that though, because I have so much bank.
It goes so much faster also if you have 4 players. Holy shit. If you do that shit with 4 players, you can expect to be in like 40 to 50 mil territory in like 5 to 10 minutes of shooting at the barrel. Especially if you use the relic that you gave me last time that gives you almost double the cash.
It did give you double.
100% is not double.
Damn it.
200% is double.
And what is it?
It's 106%. Which equates not quite to double.
But you had double the money that I had.
You had 9 million and I had like what, 16 million or something?
18. Yeah.
It wasn't exactly split like that.
Plus I had some money in my thing because I had like $1 million because I couldn't spend it because everything was so expensive.
Oh. I guess it is double then if the base is 100.
Fuck. Oh wait, I already got that log. What am I talking about? Not my notebook. What are you saying, though?
I don't know percentages as well as I know times tables based multiplier things. That's why I don't like percent based shit in video games. Because it's hard to tell if it's a multiplier or a hard number.
You can't. Vault Hunter, you gotta do something. Find him.
Day 3. I miss my family so much. Sometimes it feels like my heart is a fist clenched around a piece of barbed wire, and it hurts so much to hold onto the wire, but I'm afraid to let go of the wire because then I won't have it anymore.
That's not about me. That's just a song I'm writing.
Oh my god, Lucian's call with Zane would be so stupid, it's not even funny.
Just find this guy before he finds my secret.
I already, like, pretty much am able to cryo people without a cryo gun, just because of his skills.
I told you. Zane's the only character that I would legitimately spec into multiple trees off the beginning of the game.
Yeah. Seems like that.
I go down to the skill where you can shoot a grenade, and then once you can shoot grenades, I equip a second action skill. And then you can have clone barrier, and clone barrier is very good.
Yeah.
Or you can have barrier sentinel.
I was using Sentinel clone at first, and I switched up just now.
Sentinel is good because it can also drop a grenade. So if you want to be able to use your grenade mod with 2 clones, you kind of need it.
Yeah.
Or not with 2 clones, with 2 action skills.
Yeah. I don't really care for it too much. The cooldown rates on the clone and the barrier are so short. Is that the fastest action skill?
It depends on what you call the fastest action skill. You can
Like
have
cooldown.
Zane stuff up all the time, yes. But you can also have Iron Bear up all the time. So, Iron Bear has a long cooldown initially, but if you abuse Auto Bear and skill cooldown, it cools down the second you get out of Bear, even though Bear is still active.
Yep.
So, it's different than how Zane's works. Zane's works off of cooldown and stuff like that, and you need, I can't even remember what skill, but you need some stuff to lower your cooldown rate, and then you can basically just reactivate them the second they go down every time.
Wow. Oh, I'm here.
It's pretty much like I was saying before, the only viable late game Zane build.
The cryo?
Yeah. And then a lot of people will use Sentinel with a level 1 shield. Doesn't matter what shield it is, it doesn't have to be a stopgap or something, it can just be any shitty shield that has incredibly low capacity. Because you basically get hit and then you use the Sentinel ability where Sentinel recharges your shield, and it basically gives you incredible survivability. Because your shield is constantly being recharged and ticked down, and they're barely able to do actual damage to your HP bar, as long as you can keep Sentinel active all the time. That's one of the Zane glass tank build. Where you have a bad shield, basically. And you're just relying upon the heavily scaled up shield regeneration to keep you going. The same thing can happen on Moe's if you get the critical kill shield regeneration, and then enemies try to knock you down, your thing will just keep going over and over, and it makes the fucking annoying sound 100 times. I know, because that happens to me all the time with the build I have set up currently. Sometimes it happens for so long that I can take my T or pull it out and chuck it at the ground to refill my shield before I actually go down. Because it will just keep me unable to die.
Freaking
Plus,
nerd.
like, even though people in YouTube videos say, yeah, you can get these level 1 legendaries legitimately, I'm like, yeah, because you totally did that. I'm like, you totally farmed for that level 1 legendary. You totally didn't just save edit it in because you're on computer. It's like, if you played PS4 or Xbox One or something like that, it would be a little bit more believable, even though you can still save edit that kind of stuff in. But you'd have to go through the extra mile. Like, on PC, it is so much fucking easier to just put something into your inventory. And to be honest, like, people who are making those builds around level 1 shields better expect to have that shit be nerfed. Because there's no way that they're gonna let that kind of stuff continue if they already nerfed, like, Flack's class mods, Amara's class mods and skills, and Zane's class mods and skills. They've already nerfed a lot of that shit. And it's like, if you're gonna do that, then why don't you do the things that actually need to be nerfed, like the enemies? How about buff the drop rates a little bit for dedicated drops in Mayhem mode as well, and not just making it a complete crapshoot if you're gonna get what you want or not. It shouldn't take 2 people doing runs for 45 minutes to get a single drop in the highest loot percentage mode. To get the drop that you're looking for. Again, if you farmed whatever you want to call it, you farmed that legendary hunt or whatever on Mayhem 4 for 30 to 45 minutes, you're gonna get so many world drops it's not even funny. Plus, the other thing that just sucks is it's like, why do you have dedicated drops that are 3 dedicated drops on 1 singular enemy?
Exactly.
With 2 basically being almost useless. The only thing that's not useless is the Nimble Jack. The Nimble Jack actually makes your character run faster while you have it equipped and out at the same time. But it's never ever going to be useful at level 50. It just can't.
Day 939. Why did I come to this dumbass monastery? All the stupid monks stink like Gouda, and I haven't seen any cheese since I got here. There's one chick with blue hair I keep seeing around the market. She's got a crazy cool Maliwan gun. Maybe I can steal something from her and use it to trade for the gun. Uh-oh. Hope no monks are listening.
I am so disappointed in you, child.
Mother Mendel, I didn't mean to make fun of your cheese stink. This sucks.
Your cheese stink. Ah.
Are you really doing that quest?
No.
You need to do the other one on that map that's called the Holy Spirits. That one actually gives you a lot of XP.
That's why I picked this one up, just to come do this again. To go do the other quest.
Did you kill the Chupacabra?
Yeah. I'm gonna kill him again now. Or can you just not? What?
You can kill Chupacabra again, but if you haven't saved and quit before coming back to that zone, then no. But luckily, if you save and quit now, you literally spawn right in front of the bridge next to the ammo station, so.
Yeah, actually I'll do that then, because I wanted to kill
So
him.
walk and a skip away.
Mm-hmm.
Plus it'll just reset all the enemies on the map so you can get more XP. XD!
Oh, meme lord.
LOL XD. What did you have, like a kazoo with no wax paper in it or something? What, do you not know what a kazoo is, kiddo?
Yeah, I know what a kazoo is.
You thought I was doing Star Wars, but I was actually doing Monster Hunter. Dun 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 dun.
Huh?
Yo, yo.
Why did I come to this dumbass monastery? All the stupid monks stink like Gouda, and I haven't seen any cheese since I got here.
That's how I used to say hello to my cats sometimes. Back when I used to have cats. I used to go, yo. In a weird voice.
I am so disappointed
Yow.
in you, child.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to make fun of your cheese stink.
It also doesn't help that I had a cat that was named Yo-Yo.
I call this a successful operation. Time for a barrier.
She was a really interesting cat. Just very peculiar.
What does that mean?
She was very specific about the way that she would do certain things.
Like, what would she do?
Well, like, some cats, when they eat cat food, they'll, like, just bite into it and just take, like, multiple pieces of food at a time. She would literally take her tongue, lap up one little piece of food at a time, chew it, swallow it, lap up one other little piece, and she'd do that for like 5 to 10 minutes. She'd never eat more than one piece of cat food at a time. And it would just be like one, it'd basically be like if you had a popcorn thing in front of you, but you only took your tongue and just ate one kernel at a time with your tongue. Is basically what the cat would do. She also had a very odd personality. Anytime you'd say her name, her tail would immediately like do this like curly thing where it would like, I don't know why it did that because most of my other cats didn't, but her tail would like almost curl up into a full circle, and it would just go back and forth with that. Because she was, although weird, a very responsive cat. I gave her away to a family with a couple kids when I had to move. She was more my mother's cat than my cat, but I was the person that took care of them and made sure that they were actually nice. To the point where most of the cats wouldn't even like sleep with the same place as my mother. Normally I'd go to sleep and I'd have like 4 cats in my room. 2 that would either sleep on me or underneath the covers, and then another 2 that would sleep in the chair where I'd play on my computer. Because I had like a little cushion that I used. And it was my thing that whenever my mom would have like a rescue cat or a rescue kitten, I'd be the person who trained it. I trained all my cats except for one to tolerate being held and enjoy being held no matter like the position. Of course that takes like a year or so of like regular getting the cat used to stepping on your arm by itself and stuff like that, because you don't want to ever force your cat to be picked up, cat or dog. Although dogs are way more tolerable of it because they will just, they're just like, it is human is my owner sort of thing. Especially with small dogs, a lot of small dogs, you can just pick them up and they don't try to fight it. Even if they don't like it, they don't fight it that much. But cats, most people's cats don't like being picked up. And a lot of people say that is because cats don't like being picked up, which is completely unfucking true. Cats only don't like being picked up by cat owners that pick them up by their chest. If you pick them up like an infantile baby, where you're grabbing them under their arms and lifting them up by their entire body's weight underneath their armpits and stuff, that's why they don't like being picked up. And I tell that to every single person who asks me, who used to ask me why I could literally go over to any of my cats for the most part and just scoop them up, and it wouldn't matter what way they ended up in my arms, they'd just go limp. Because they trusted me that I wasn't going to drop them. Because that's their biggest fear. Because cats constantly, if you've ever had a cat or been around a cat, if you hold a cat upside down, it wants to adjust itself. And you know, if you've trained a cat to be calm and loving, if you can grab the cat and not necessarily hold it upside down, but if you can hold it in your arms and it will lay on its back without fighting the position. It'll just openly just basically sprawl out and not give a fuck. That's how you know your cat has been trained properly, because it doesn't see the situation as a potential to hurt them. Whereas normal cats, even if they've been raised by their owner and are nice and you can pet them on the ground and everything, but the second you go to pick them up, they like stiff arm, where they'll put their legs out as stiff as they can, and they'll just be like immovable objects and shit like that. And that's what a lot of people's cats end up like. That's what my neighbor's cat is like. That they claim to love to death, but in my opinion, if you loved your cat to death, you'd be able to pick it up, because as a kitten, you just train the cat to basically start putting its paws on your arm by itself or on your leg. That's the thing I normally do first, is I'll train them to just jump up into my lap on their own. You gotta get them excited for attention, pet them a lot, constantly, like, even have toys. You gotta make yourself a target for them to claw onto you and stuff like that, as weird as that sounds, but you gotta have little toys and lure them into feeling safe interacting with your body, even though it is something that moves. Because that's the thing that makes cats most uneasy, is an uneven surface. That's why a cat will walk on top of a wooden fence that's only like 2 inches in thickness. They'll walk along the top of a fence, but if you put them on a person's legs, that cat has never walked on a person's legs before or put pressure down, they're gonna feel uneven because they're gonna constantly feel their paws rolling off. Dogs will do the same thing. You gotta adjust the dog to wanting to be picked up, and then you don't even have to try. The dog will literally just, basically, you put your arm down and it will already put itself in the position to be picked up. As much as I always talk about my neighbor Adam being a goofball and a weirdo, his dog Smokey is like that. Even with completely random people, you can just bend down, tap your knee, and then put your arm out, and he'll just let you pick him up, just like that. You don't even have to do anything. He'll be barking at you while he's doing it, but that's just because he's a noisy little terrier. And I've never seen him bite or anything like that. I've held him quite a lot.
Once the infestation is cleared out.
I used to be much more of a pet person until I lived in the area that I can't have pets in. Almost everyone around me has pets, but not me.
Go, my blood-drenched champion, go! The massacre beckons! Oh, most glorious! Send that beast screaming into the void!
My neighbor's cats are the only ones I get to interact with, and what's funny is I got one of their cats to enjoy being held, and they saw me petting their cat one day because it always would jump over the fence and get into my, like, get amongst my garden and stuff like that. And I would always go over to it and pet it, and I could pick it up, and I'd just pick it up and put it on my shoulder, and I'd just walk around with it for a little bit, and then I'd just gently put it on the other side of the fence. Most of the time they'd try and jump back over, but I'd point where they would go, and I'd just keep doing that until they would go where I would point. And that way they knew every time I put them down over there to go back over there. And eventually it got to the point where when the cat comes over, it gets a certain amount of attention, and then it will automatically leave on its own. I don't even have to put it over there. I basically taught that cat to keep on its own property in a small radius where that same people over there have lost 2 cats to the road because they don't train their cats. Because people just think cats are untrainable. There's just no possible way to train them because they're independent, which is bullshit.
Takes the oath of non-violence, we must relinquish all our worldly weapons. They are stored nearby, and I urge
whatever you need from our weapon depository.
Smokey, Adam's dog, sometimes Adam will go outside and Smokey will be following him. And Smokey will sort of just take off on his own. And I'll see him over here in like my yard or in one of the neighbors' yards. And I'll yell his name, he'll look at me, and I'll just point over to where Adam's place is. And he'll immediately, like, sonic speed, just run, beeline straight to where I point. He's not my dog, but he knows that if I tell him to go somewhere, he better go there, because I will go over and I will catch him and I will bring him back by his collar. I'm not scared of people's dogs unless they look aggressive. The little fucking terriers, they don't scare me. They can bite you pretty bad. Don't get me wrong, I've been bitten by one of my aunt's terriers before. That was a terrier shih tzu mix. That thing was mean. It wasn't mean intentionally, it just didn't know its own strength. It would just bite while playing and just nip you way too hard. So I'm accustomed to that. I've also been bitten by bigger dogs before, but that kind of shit doesn't scare me. To be honest, most things in nature don't really scare me if I can identify what it is. To me, something is only scary when it's unknown. The second I know what it is, the scare factor goes down by like 99%. Like if something's shaking a bush, I'll definitely like have a heightened awareness, but if a bird pops out of that bush, it's like, oh well, now I know it's a bird. I don't sit there thinking about the constant stuff of it, because I'm not really, I don't know, I'm not scared of wildlife. I was 13 years old and got followed home by coyotes, so it's not my concern. Yeah, coyotes. Or coyotes, however you want to say it. Because they will do that with people. The thing is, you just don't run. Never run, even if you're being followed by a dog, because that's you giving in to what the dog wants. The dog can easily outpace you in the long haul. Very easily. And something I was taught when I was really young, because I went to a conservation camp where I learned hunter safety, learned how to use different types of firearms, fired at different assortments of firearms, crossbows, muzzleloaders, actual like longbow style bows, compound bows, and stuff like that. I just don't hunt. Even though I can go hunting anytime I want to, I just had to go and I'd have to go and get a tag. Because I believe it's near the end of deer season around here, if not the end of deer season. I think it would be the end of muzzleloader season here. Muzzleloader season is basically, if you don't know what a muzzleloader is, it's a gun that's loaded by the muzzle. It's not a gun that has like a bullet and a cartridge that you like stick in and it just fires. It's something you have to load manually. It's a lot more strenuous. You get one good shot and you have to be pretty close to them to make it work most of the time. And it's done with muzzleloading specific seasons because muzzleloading has a lower success rate than other types of firearms, for obvious reasons. But they do that just to make it harder to actually hunt, and so that they don't have as sharp of a numbers drop going into the winter.
Got the key? Kick ass. The cache isn't too far away.
Because that's why hunting is necessary. As much as people don't like to admit that hunting is necessary in a lot of cases, it is. Because of human interaction, we subsequently create environments that are better for non-predator animals. The flat fields and all the kinds of stuff we carve nowadays benefit deer greatly. And deer can become very overpopulated in zones that do not cull deer. There's a town in Japan, I can't remember the name of it. It's more of a city than a town. Like, it's still pretty big, but it's basically a town where the deer just come down and just fill the streets. And they're not, like, the people there are not legally allowed to do anything about it at that time of year. So you just have hundreds of deer that are literally sitting in the pavement, on the sidewalks. They're just all over the fucking place. You try to walk anywhere and you'll walk next to some of these deer, basically, in that town. And that's because they don't do that style of hunting regularly anymore. And when you get an overpopulation of an herbivore like that, what happens is you run out of food very early on in the winter. And that lack of food means that they start to go into people's yards and eat people's apple tree buds and stuff like that. They'll completely debud an entire apple tree, mulberry trees, all that kind of stuff that put out buds in the winter that when spring comes turn into either the flowers or the leaf stalks. And they'll just munch those things clean. That's why if you ever wondered why when you see people planting like apple trees or different types of ornamental trees and they have a metal cage around the tree, and you're like, why do they go through the effort to do that and wrap a tree in metal wire? And that's literally because animals will eat the buds off of it when it's small and secluded out by itself.
Inventory comes and goes, but you can't beat cash.
Especially because we prune our apple trees to be short. Old apple trees that are left to grow in the wild can hit 20 to 35 feet tall. You could never reach an apple at the top of a wild apple tree normally. Not even with a traditional apple like harvesting stick that they use. That's what we used to use in our yard, was an apple picker to get the apples off of the wild apple trees that we had near our yard. We had a bunch of wild apple trees nearby, and then we had ones that were actually planted by people. My neighbor specifically had this one tree that was at the very tippy top of their hill, right where it went over to the other side. And this apple tree at the top of the hill produced the most gigantic apples I had ever seen. They were like Red Delicious in length, but they had the width of a normal apple. Almost to like the size of being grapefruits. They were just these massive yellow that would sometimes blush pink apples. I think it might have been a pink lady or something like that, or some sort of weird cross, or maybe it was just an accidental wild one that some guy planted when he ate an apple like 70 years ago when he lived in that place. You just never know with those kinds of plants, because all the wild apple trees that we had that were actually wild apple trees, you could tell in both the structure of the plant that was like well over 30 to 40 years old, but had a very thin trunk and had long wispy branches, which is indicative of a wild apple tree, normally anyways. The ones around here that produce the tiny green sour apples that are like if you took a Granny Smith and sucked all the apple flavor out of it. So it's just like you bite into it and it's just a stringent tartness that just overtakes your mouth and makes you feel like you need to drink like a gallon of water. I believe that's because it has such a high pectin content, but I can't remember. They don't even make that great of pies. They're only really good when you candy them. Or if you like, you can also do a thing that some of the people in my family used to do, which is they used to take those green sour apples and they'd actually roast them over a fire. And then they'd make them into a pie that was like roasted apples, but it would have that like wood smoke flavor to it. And as weird as that sounds, with the cinnamon and the brown sugar and the molasses and stuff like that that they used to use, that stuff actually tasted really, really good, because you didn't actually get a lot of apple flavor out of it. Because, like I said, if you took like the flavor of green apple but took all the apple flavoring out of it, whatever you were left with is what those apples taste like. And then there was one wild apple version, and the only reason why I could tell that they were all apple trees but of different versions is they all came out of the same divot in the side.
Divot?
Like they, it's like a ditch, but a long ditch. So on the dirt road that would go up to my house, well, it wasn't a dirt road. It's like, it would be pavement until the top where it flattened out. And then once it flattened out, it went to dirt. And when you look at where I used to live on Google Maps, the road that I lived on actually ends where the pavement ends, which is not connected to anyone's driveway, because even the first driveway is on the dirt, which goes up to the hill that I was talking about where my neighbor used to have the farm and everything. And if you look at it from Google Earth and use like the older pictures, you can see how it used to be farmland and then they let it go and stuff like that. You can also see our dirt bike tracks and our four-wheeler tracks there. I'm not going to say the address on this just because you're streaming, but I can tell you it another time.
You know what we've been making? An ever-hungry tide of ravenous followers.
Because if you have a working phone or something like that, you can go to Google Earth and you can look at literally where I used to be, and you can, like I said, go in the back in time photos of the satellite where it was, and you can see like when we left basically and watch it all grow in.
Pledged their lives to me while we were chatting. Good thing too, I am starving.
It's pretty cool because you can do the same thing where I live currently. If you go on the street view, you can see this place straight from the road that my driveway is connected to here. And I could see how prior to me living here, the people who used to live here left their shit all over the fucking lawn. Like there was shit all over the lawn, shit that I kept digging out of the lawn, stuff that when I made my garden I didn't even know was in the ground until I was cutting plants down and putting new mulch in, and the soil microbiology had worked some of this stuff loose to the surface that was previously covered by grass, but because I had put stuff on top of the grass, like the leaves and shit, the grass died, the worms ate all the grass, so that it was just soil underneath the layer of leaves. And I just scraped that stuff back just to check how loose it had gotten in specific areas, because I was going to loosen it up a little bit myself if it hadn't. But to my surprise, in one corner of my garage, I found an entire badminton racket buried in the ground.
When you're ready, just swing by with the paperwork. Can't wait to absorb Atlas into
Found
the
an entire
Malawan
badminton racket, a horseshoe set, like an old school horseshoe set, not like a shitty modern one. Like this one had the full metal, like railroad spike style fucking post, and then it had the actual horseshoes that were real horseshoes, not like just some metal shaped into a horseshoe.
So, the Viper Drive is Atlas state-of-the-art hacking.
Bunch of plastic toys. I found one of those little things from the Hungry Hippo machine.
Oh yeah,
like the little balls.
Oh, the little balls.
Yeah, the little balls. I never found the hippos because I assumed the hippos stayed connected to the board or whatever. But I found the little balls, and I knew what they were because I had the Hungry Hippo thing when I was a kid.
Yes, we're in. Reese comes through. High fives? Anybody? Okay. Hey, let me know when you're there.
Time for a barrier. They'll be singing songs about
I also found a bunch of weird animal like things that were like these plastic animals that I assume came in like some weird jungle set or like safari set. It was like a giraffe, a cheetah, a zebra, and stuff like that. And they were like little 3D plastics. They didn't have any moving parts. They were just like a hard plastic 3D version with like crudely painted on details. It's like the eyeball. You'd think the eyeball would be easy enough to put a black dot on the center of a circle. Nah, dude, the eyeball is like fucking 1.5 inches off, and it's just... When I found it in the dirt, I literally broke out laughing just because of how derpy the fucking giraffe looked. It hurt. Because you could barely tell it was an eye. You would have probably just assumed that it had no eye. But you could tell in the sunlight because the brown spots of the giraffe, dark black, where you could see where the black had just splotched in the wrong spot.
Death spheres, eh?
Just hilarious.
According to Zero's intel,
And that guy was just like, whoops.
Powering the laser. We just gotta find the control room. Head to the main gate. No death spheres.
I found tons of plastic bags. I found the name tag of someone who used to work at the local Walmart, which, as fucked up as this is going to sound, I saw the person working at Walmart. Like, I saw the actual person that the name tag came from because they had the same name tag, a new one, for the new Walmart with the new, like, logo when they changed it around and stuff like that. And that was their old tag. And I found the same person. I was like... I, like, asked her because she was, like, working one of the customer service things. I was like, did you happen to, like, throw an old name tag of yours out? And she, like, seemed weirded out at first. Because it's like, why the fuck would you ask that? And I'm like, I think I live at the place where you used to live. And then next time I came to the Walmart, I showed her and I brought this, and I was like, I don't think you want to be leaving this in some, like, in your previous house's yard. Total fucking weird thing to do, but it was just so amazing to me that you like leave so much trash in your yard that you leave something that is your identification for your workplace. And it's like, if someone heard this who was from a bigger city, would probably ask, like, how the fuck did you know that that was even the same person? Because I lived next to their relative. The guy that you used to hear start the Harley every morning, he doesn't live in that place anymore. He moved as well.
No wonder I haven't heard that thing in like a year.
Yeah.
Probably not a year, but...
But he's the person who told me who it was. And that's who I told her was the person that, like, let me knew that it was... I can't even speak English right now. He was the person that let me know that she was the Walmart worker. Because, of course, like, Michelle is a fairly common name. It could have been anyone else, sort of thing. But it just so happened to be that his relatives still worked there, and I asked him about it before I even went there and asked her.
A new chapter in me saga.
And I was more so, like, secretly being an asshole, even though I was, like, super nice about it up front. Internally, I'm like, you left so much fucking trash in your yard that you literally left this in the fucking yard, halfway buried in the ground. How long did you leave it outside in a pile of garbage for it to literally sink underneath a layer of grass? For me to only discover it once I planted a plant there. The plant died in the fall when it got really cold. I cut all the plants down and was just checking the quality of the soil around the plants and just so happened to come across it because it was right there underneath like an inch of soil. Which, like I said, was grass prior to then, so you couldn't even see any of the garbage because it just looked like flat grass. But underneath the entire yard is just full of random plastic toys, their trash, broken bottles. I have to wear gloves when I dig out in the ground where I am because it's just fucking the first time that I actually dug in the ground with my hand. It was over in the corner of the yard where I put blueberry bushes in. And I stuck my hand in the ground, and the fucking first thing that I come in contact with is a piece of a broken beer bottle that cut my finger. And I was like, yep, wearing fucking heavy-duty gloves from now on.
Uh-oh, looks like there's security up ahead. You take care of them. I will make sure they can't call for backup.
Why do people insist on being such fucking... Like, if you're gonna be trashy inside the house. Don't be trashy in nature. Your house is already human created. Who the fuck cares if it's fucking that dirty? That's your own problem to deal with, because you're the people who live in it, sort of thing. But it's like, when it's outside, everyone else has to deal with it. The life and the soil, everything has to deal with your mistake because you just decided to put a bunch of plastic shit out in the ground. There's still probably stuff I'm going to find out there for years to come. Because, like I said, as the soil organisms loosen up the soil, and I can get my hand in it deeper and deeper without needing tools, you just feel these chunks that you come across, and oh, you scoop it out? Oh, it's an old pack of Jolly Ranchers. Completely sun-faded, no color to it at all. Still has some old ones on the inside of it that are still in the wrapper. And people look at me like I'm weird because I have a compost pile in my yard that doesn't stink, but everyone seems to imagine the smell of stink from it until they come close to it and they realize, oh yeah, it doesn't smell of anything. Because it's not a rot pile that is full of juice. It's rotting in a controlled manner with lots of carbon in between each layer of juicy material. And by juicy material, I just refer to like fruit peels, banana peels, stuff like that that actually gets a sour smell when it rots. You do a layer of that, and then you do like an inch or two layer of carbon, like leaves or dried grass or plants or anything like that. You just create a hard layer. And that stuff will absorb all the excess moisture once that stuff starts to break down, and you don't get a smell. What it smells like is the same smell as if you took a chunk of forest floor and lifted it up and smelt it. It has like a slightly funky smell, but in like a good way.
Yeah.
And you can see all the mycelia and all the microorganisms, all the worms and isopods and all that kind of stuff just moving through it. People wonder how I managed to, within a year and a half of gardening, manage to make my own black potting soil. And that's the only, way that I do it. The only thing I do that some people probably would have a negative opinion on is I denature some of the stuff prematurely in a black trash bin.
What do you mean?
So a lot of things have proteins in them, especially living organisms. And if you have viruses or different kinds of pathogens, less or so viruses. Viruses are normally something you want to get rid of with plants, but there are exceptions if you follow certain protocols, but that doesn't really matter. The main thing is stopping bad fungi and bad microbial development, because you can easily develop an environment that is hospitable to harmful things to your body. That is why they tell you not to put meat in a compost pile. Because if you put chicken in a compost pile, and that you don't give that enough time to break down all the way, and you take a scoop of that soil with your hand in the area where that used to be, even though the chicken's completely gone, there's just small chunks of bone left. Even though the chicken's completely gone, the salmonella is still there in the soil. It doesn't go away because the soil hasn't been heated up in the salmonella hasn't been away from a host environment long enough to kill it on its own. So you touch that soil and then touch your face or eat something like a leafy green from the soil that was grown in, then you will literally give yourself salmonella by proxy. And this actually has happened several times, not with salmonella, but with E. coli. There was an E. coli outbreak about a year and a half ago that had to do with romaine lettuce.
Yeah.
You couldn't buy romaine lettuce in stores for 2 to 3 months because they had to recall it all and make sure that all the distributors were going under new protocols to check for E. coli and stuff like that on the leafy greens. And that was because of improper soil management. Using Q-Newer, or whatever you want to call it. Human manure.
Ew. It's like, nah.
That's where the E. coli comes from initially, for most cases. And in a lot of cases, it's fine to use it as a fertilizer, but not when you're rushing the process. And you're literally dumping stuff that isn't fully rotted or that you haven't had scientifically tested to not have a bacteria or pathogen in it. Everything needs to be tested on that kind of scale. And if you're doing stuff on a home scale, it's better to be safe than to be sorry later. Because you either make yourself or the people around you sick.
Ooh.
So with me, when I make compost, I don't normally use it until a full year and a half after it's been fully rotted. Meaning it's turned into soil. You could grow a plant in it, but I like to let it rot even further. I like to just let it completely disintegrate, basically. You lose a lot of volume over time. But in the end, you end up with something that's pathogen-free because the initial process killed off all of that. And that's why I use black garbage bins for that. Black plastic garbage bins, and put them in the sunniest spot in your yard. That has no plants, obviously.
Security, kill the Vault Hunter.
That shit absorbs the sun, gets fucking 160 to 170 degrees on the inside. And that shit will cook the fuck out of everything. And it will get rid of most of the bad pathogens. You want to be normally at around 60 Celsius. 140 degrees Fahrenheit is what you want to hit. Of course, the composting process can actually get even hotter than that. That's why hay bales can spontaneously combust when they get wet.
Come on, come on!
Because you get so much aerobic bacteria that create so much heat that it actually starts to even kill the bacteria that's creating the heat off. But if you get really, really soggy hay followed by an incredibly dry, hot day, you normally will end up with a hay fire. That's why farmers put those white things around hay bales, those plastic covers.
Oh, yeah.
Keeps them from getting wet.
I never even noticed that I had 2 pistols equipped.
Yeah, I've been rambling too much. Distracting.
That's good.
What I'm amazed with is that I still had kale in my garden, and when I was out today doing stuff, I was like, well, I'm gonna probably take the tops off of them. And it was still good to eat, which was crazy to me, because they had been out in the freezing cold weather for like the past month.
Hold on.
Like with 6 inches of snow on the ground, and it getting down to like 7 degrees one of the nights.
A little boring stream. Thanks.
Sorry.
No. You're good.
I had some in the salad earlier because it was very tender for being frozen though. Which I guess is why the people in the South always wait until the first freeze to harvest their collards.
Look, it's the real
The only way to
Zane
describe what that stuff tastes like,
LOL, you had to solve the puzzle to
it's called
see
curly
my
rosea
comment.
kale. It's like a purple kale that I always talk about. I don't really grow it for its characteristics outside of it being purple, but it's also just surprised me with how much of a better flavor it has over normal kale varieties. Because I grew it more as an ornamental plant, to be honest. It's just that kale grows very Oh, I've eaten it. I'd always eat the older leaves, though. I never had the younger leaves near the top, because if you take the top off, it stops growing. And then you just get 2 little skinnier branches which come out of the node at the bottom, and the 2 skinnier branches don't produce nearly as big of leaves as if you just left it as one single plant. But I grew it because it just looks striking. It's such a deep purple in the middle of summer. They can withstand the heat around here and not bolt, which means they don't flower like lettuces do. They don't get bitter like a lot of the lettuces do. The only thing they do get is woody. The leaves get very woody in texture and kind of more like a tree leaf than an actual like leafy green leaf. So normally I use them in stir fries and stuff like that. because they hold their texture better than most things that you put in a stir fry, like Asian greens.
Trying to take out my laser. It's my favorite laser, Reese.
But when you harvest them when it's really cold out, like it's been for the past month here, where we've had snow on the ground and stuff like that, and the plants still survive through it, because, I mean, they're... The only thing they won't survive is if we get a very heavy winter and it gets negative 50. They'll be fucking toast. They might come back the following year on whatever parts of the plant aren't completely burnt by the cold, but most of the time those types of plants, I'm just barely on the edge of the growing range of these things for them to be able to survive the winter. Some winters we get, they'll survive, but most of the winters we get, they won't survive. Which is fine to me, I'll just plant new ones out there, because they're very fast growing for what they are. They're very fast growing, they're tolerable of the most disgusting, terrible soils. They help clean the soils if you're a person who wants to grow stuff to just like recolonize the soil with beneficial stuff that will help not necessarily take toxins or take things out of the soil, but will help put it in a state where it's less harmful to you and other plants that you grow. Sorry.
Lock down the elevator. Let's see. Oh, hell yeah. Some spy stuff. Head through those ventilation ducts. They lead straight into the maintenance area.
Glitched out and it was
The
like
one
soft
with the
lock.
dead kid.
Oh, that's a fake video, by the way. It's not real.
Head through maintenance.
But
what is
this video that I sent
I know you're
on
stupid
Instagram?
vault hunters are skulking about. Better sign those
Oh, who's in
papers,
here?
buddy.
Oh, Emil.
Oh. What's up?
What's up, Baggy?
Oh, that was my favorite bagel
No,
place.
what's
Oh, you monster! Booyah! And that's only half power. If you don't surrender,
I can't believe that
soon,
French
Reese,
guy knew
I'm
that.
gonna slice you in half. Stupid cut of
Probably
dog.
French scary
I
movie.
totally could have held him off. Then he allied with the stupid children of the vault. Those cold
But then wouldn't it be like, bonjour?
I say hello there.
Yo,
What?
CLB, bring me a Vault Hunter head. I'm gonna hollow it out and use it for a koozie
Oh,
while
I say
I'm
hello
partying
there.
on the Sonata.
Ah, what the fuck is
Hello
that
there.
from? It's from Star Wars. The dust. Oh. Yep. Emil says, "What's up?" Or "Hi," I guess. Is what he really said.
Excuse me. That was the first one on there.
So far.
Indubitably.
That wasn't so hard now, was it?
I'll take care of it.
Many will fall away.
Down by a scrub.
Yeah, I had some of that stuff
Health
earlier.
and potions are the strong for
It
him.
tastes so much better after it's been in a cold cycle than it does during the summer. I mean, it still tastes good, but you can eat it in a salad when it's been out in a cold thing, because the leaves are like nice and tender and crunchy and stuff like that.
What are you?
And it tastes like if you had broccoli, but you like took the foot out of broccoli, if you know what I mean.
What do
Where
you
broccoli can sometimes like smell or have like a lingering taste of like sweaty feet. Some broccolis can have a funk to it. Not all of them do. Some can taste really good, but that's what that kale tastes like. It tastes like broccoli without the stink, without like the foot smell. It just has like a nice, clean, like earthy taste to it. really, really good.
Also,
makes me wish I had a freezer to put that kind of stuff in all year. But my freezer isn't big enough to stick a plant in temporarily. Such a waste of freezer space to put a singular plant in there in a bucket. Be like, here, you get to freeze for like 12 hours. And then go back outside into like 60-degree weather. But they can take it. Again, like I said, I was surprised when the one in the container was still alive, when the soil was literally frozen in the container. I almost didn't want to take it out of the container, but I was like, if I don't, it's gonna bust the container. Because what happens to soil in the winter is the same thing that happens if you try to fill a closed container full of water and freeze it. It blows out. I had a 5-gallon bucket outside that I was using for collecting water on the edge of one of my roofs, and I forgot about it, and the entire inside became a giant ice cube, and the bucket burst at the seams at the bottom. And the one that didn't burst at the seams is all warped on the bottom, where it looks like someone with a super fist punched it and it dented outwards. Just from the power of ice freezing and expanding. It couldn't expand upwards because of the weight of the ice on top of it.
Oh, yeah. Weird to think about, but it makes sense.
Because the ice on top froze before the ice on the bottom, so the ice on the bottom was constantly growing, and it wasn't forcing the top of the ice out of the surface because that ice wasn't liquid, it was solid. So it just gets harder and harder until it just goes and breaks out the bottom.
I can't figure out how to get this claptrap, even though I've gotten it so many times.
What is it, the one on the rock?
Yeah.
In Skywell?
Yeah.
You gotta jump towards the back where the pole is.
I know, I can't get stuck in there.
Just go the other way.
You don't get stuck in there, you have to mantle up onto the sloped rock ledge. And the mantling position you need to be in is very weird. You have to like jump and do almost a 180 in mantle. You'll see your character do like the hand thing.
Yeah.
That shows that they can mantle. Yeah, and then you have to do like a very precise jump. Yeah. Up to the next part because you can't mantle up there. That claptrap, the first time I got it, it took me like 3 jumps. I swear every other time I've gone through to try and get that claptrap, it takes me like 30.
For me, it's
it takes me more jumps to get that claptrap legitimately than it does to glitch out of Sanctuary.
I swear. I got it now, Emil. Thanks, though. Oh yeah, Emil also said that his potions are the best potions and those are too strong for you. Some shit like that.
Potion seller. I need your strongest potions. My potions are too strong for you. You need to find a guy who sells some weaker potions.
It's not even funny, it's just you saying it is funny.
I think that video is fucking hilarious, but that's just me.
This can't be how we saw this going. Maxwell!
I don't think that guy, I said this before, but I literally don't think that guy ever expected to get fucking 3 million views on that video he made on his laptop in his room when he was bored one night. Putting on the weird face morph effects that came with the built-in camera on the laptop.
Yeah.
He basically made a video that everyone would have made if they had a camera on a urinal in a bathroom.
What the fuck?
I still haven't received those
What, am I the only person that has ever done that? Where like the shiny metal of the urinal like warps your face all fucked up?
Oh yeah, what
Just
the
like
heck?
that?
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Everyone could have made that video by just having a camera on the fucking part of the metal.
size of her leaf.
Just one potion seller. I need your strongest potion.
Don't worry, Reese. We've got an anti-grav infinity lazy river on the Zanara. Price of admission?
Oh shit, I might actually die.
Shut down. That's stabilizing thruster. Might buy us some time.
Didn't I have like a bunch of regen? How does this...
From what?
Rise of the Occasion. Zane gains health regen the lower his shield is. I have no shield right now, so I should have crazy health.
I used to take my team there to unwind, and now I'm wound.
I wonder if it only works if you still have some shield.
No, it doesn't. I mean, it does. Sorry.
Disregard. But look, it's working. What the hell is happening?
Because it might be like, if you're out of shield, the skill doesn't work. Lol.
Get those thrusters up and running.
Fuck, I thought that was supposed to break it.
Now clear out those cultists and keep going. The back entrance to the
Is it glitched? Is this just not supposed to happen? I'm confused. Nope, that is supposed to happen. Oh, now I'm dead.
What?
The big turbine thing just all on fire and it just killed me.
Where are you?
It's Skywell. You know how you're supposed to turn it off? I clicked the button, but it like made it stronger.
That's definitely glitched.
That's definitely glitched. I don't think that's supposed to happen.
Back and looking better than ever somehow.
Oh shit.
What is it? 1 out of every 100 Skywell playthroughs, they have the jet turbine not turn off and instead just go.
Yeah, if you saw it on my screen, it literally brights up my room because it's so fucking strong. Anyways, it's glitched, so I can't even do the test anymore. It's not like it matters. It's probably gonna give me anything anyways.
The even better part would be if it just sent your character flying at like 1,000 miles an hour into like a death box in the sky. You were just, that was like a secret Pokemon reference. And it goes,
oh, yeah.
Team Vault Hunters blasting off again! Ding! And then you die. And get respawned at the respawn station.
That'd be pretty good.
I always think they needed more gags like that in video games. One of my favorite gags in a video game was in Neversoft's ATV Off-Road Fury games.
And what would happen?
ATV Off-Road Fury and Splashdown. What would happen is when you would get to the edge of the free ride maps, or in the case of Splashdown, if you drove too far out of the tracks, Splashdown was a sea-doo racing game. Like a jet ski racing game. Like Jet X Moto and stuff like that. If you even know any of those games.
Nah.
But it was basically when you drove out of the bounds of the buoys and you drove too far out or drove in an area where you weren't supposed to, a giant fucking tentacle would come out of the water, grab your thing, and just sling you back on the track at like 100 miles an hour. In ATV Off-Road Fury, if you got too far out of bounds in a free roam vehicle, you'd hit an invisible wall that would make an explosion sound like dynamite. It would go like kaboom, and it would just blow your character off the four-wheeler and blow the four-wheeler, and you just be flying through the air until you got near back to the center of the map, and you just land, and you would be like, ugh. And then you'd reset back onto your four-wheeler. They don't do that in racing games anymore. It was kind of like Jak and Daxter also had a similar thing in it, where if you tried to swim in the water in the first level too far out, a giant shark thing would come and eat you. A lot of old school games had stuff like that. Not so much with new school games, though, because new school games forgot how to have fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of just running into an invisible wall, how about we just blast the player back at lightning speed? So they can laugh at the ragdoll physics as their four-wheeler and then hit the ground going about 100 and skipping across the ground like a stone on water. And your guy makes the noise as he hits the ground every single time. And the four-wheeler's just like fucking cartwheeling at like 100 revolutions a minute, something that could only happen in a video game. Because in real life, the thing would have tore itself apart just from the centrifugal force. This is the same thing that used to happen in Flat Out 2. Flat Out 2, some of the car wrecks you'd get would glitch the physics out to such a point where cars would just go, like, flipping to the point where when you would do the replay function and you'd play it back in slow motion, some of the physics happened so fast it would happen within a single frame. And it would just look like your car was skipping to different positions in the air, and then you'd hit the ground, and it would continue.
Yeah.
Like normal. I really wish Flat Out Beyond Insanity was a better game. I really do.
Is that the new one that came out, or like when did that come out?
Yeah, that's the one that came out last year. In like late 2018. I was gonna buy it, but I didn't, and then I was gonna buy Wreckfest, but then I didn't, because I was just like, those games just don't have enough content for me. Like, Flat Out 2 had so many races and so many cars to unlock, and I mean mini games too, but the mini games I very rarely played. I just played the bowling ones with a friend of mine, because it was a funner way to play bowling. You never saw Flat Out mini games. They were basically like you had a car.
Oh, I played Flat Out. Yeah, I like the one where you would have yourself launched out of the car and try to land on the bullseye. Those ones are really funny to me.
Well, yeah, that's like the bowling one. The bowling one was just you flung your guy into a bunch of bowling pins down an alley, and you just try to get a strike. But the pins were like all soft and had like very loose physics about them, so it was really, really hard to get a strike. We always used to play back and forth with it. Because I think that was one of those games where when you tried to do two-player races, it would just delete all the AI, and that's always so boring to me. It's like, I can understand the whole 1v1 thing, but it's like, you want to have AI there to at least add some other element of fuckery. That's why, as much as I don't like The Crew 2, I do like the fact that they put AI in multiplayer races.
No, that one's full of ratch turds.
That should be standard by now.
Too big. Not my style. Oh, that is perfect. It just screams Reese.
I'll probably have to put the Viper drive in it,
Here's the
right?
Viper drive.
Yeah, of course. It would troll you like that. Oh, put it in.
Viper drive. When you just gotta know what your neighbors say.
Stick it.
Anti-grav propulsion.
Ha ha, poopy.
The voice sounds good too, right? Not changed in any way?
Your voice is like a nervous
Hyro, I'd say Michael Jackson Dance. That the way that you play the game is quite
stinky.
Sticky.
Sticky.
Ooh. That's actually pretty tough to say.
Do a little Michael Jackson twirl.
Hee
Pivot, twirl. Grab your crotch as hard as you can. Just fucking whap. And then go. Oh!
What the fuck?
And then you walk with your tiptoes pointed outwards. and then you moonwalk backwards.
Pleasure sphere, not a death sphere. I've got lubricant, music protocols, and an ambient light show.
I killed this fucking goober for so many times. I didn't even English good, but I killed Handsome Jackie so many times just to farm this stupid thing. Watch me get it the first time.
Nope.
Skag oil massages and privacy.
You're not even gonna get a blue, dude. Just a green.
Sucks to suck.
What did you get?
Service bots, no questions asked.
Class mod for a gunner, a common DAL AR, and a head and a mouthpiece speaker room decoration. Trash. It's whatever though.
Ferocity's my middle name. Zane Ferocity Flint.
Someone used that claptrap to jumpstart a generator. What could he have that would produce that kind of power? A library of every dubstep song in the entire universe? But they told me there was only one. The Wop Wop one.
A Wop Wop?
You already have the room decorator, it's just taking up space, you can't sell them.
Sorry, I thought that was a random telling me that. Why would you ever ask me that and tell me that, Emil? Come on, dude. Come on. He's telling me that I can sell the room decorators, and I know.
Yeah, for $1.
I wish I could just... Oh, I'm gonna throw it off the edge, because I'm cool.
Yeah, and then it would just go to your lost loot.
Oh, seriously?
Yes. If
I
it's
picked it up from
blue.
from my lost loot originally. Nah, it's legendary. Is the Miss Moxie one? Had it.
Yeah, if you leave it on the ground, it will, or throw it off the ledge. It'll just go to lost loot.
Whoa! Nice. Sliding. Big amount. Fall. Nice. 360. Just when he thought he was able to attack me.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Come on.
This way.
Hold on. I just realized the mail. You said stick it instead of sticking.
Stick it to your nuggets.
Finger
chicken
nuggets. Chicken. What? You can't climb this? What? What are you gonna say?
You know what I find really weird?
What?
Is that this game has posters from BL1 and 2 in it.
God damn it. Gotta go and set up a firewall. We've gotta destroy the servers. This way.
I didn't really pay attention too much to the posters, except for the wanted ones.
There's a BL2 poster that advertises the guns and has the models from the BL2 guns on the poster. It's like the Malawan SMG with the curved bottom portion.
Oh yeah, yep.
Doll ACU rifle. And then this is the missing Jimmy Jenkins poster from BL2, from the Jimmy Jenkins loot, or the tiny loader bot that would spawn out of loot midget places.
It's not like it matters if I go over here. I didn't even pick up the side quest. Huh? Oh, alright. This reminds me of the Malawan takedown black site, the Skywell area. Right after you kill that corrosive guardian thing, or armor guardian thing.
Nice one. Now come back out.
Well, it is a Malawan area, so I guess it should look
Just won't give
similar.
up, will you, Reese? That's it. Say goodbye to your favorite Frogurt stand.
Not friends, Frogurts, anything but friends.
Have you gotten used to the new driving scheme yet?
Somewhat. A little bit. I've been trying to make it work better.
That's it. If we don't stop Kayagawa's laser, he's gonna turn Atlas HQ into a duplex. And CEOs do not live in duplexes. Maybe TD or CEO does. I mean, those guns are garbage with the trigger, right? Burn! I'm still sad about France. So here's the plan. Storm the control room, take the Volt key fragment, and shut down the laser. Cool? Cool. High fives. I can't do that.
Oh.
Why didn't I pick a death sphere? This pleasure sphere is useless. Oh, tell you what.
Shield is so good. This tank through a missile launch sequence, whatever the fuck. Does it just have like a time to last and it has no know like certain amount of damage that it has to take before it goes down?
Security, they're in the laser control
What, the
room.
barrier?
Destroy them
Yeah.
immediately.
Still got it.
To be honest, I don't exactly know.
Oh yeah, Meal, you're still here. I've been watching a bit of JoJo lately. So maybe I'll be caught up. I'm out of ammo.
Your employees aren't like us. They'd stab you in the back for an extra day off. If I stab you, Reese, you better believe it'll be right in the chest. Because that's what pros do.
Almost got a lock on the Zanara. Defend me while I finish the hack.
Reese, listen. Real talk. Someone stronger was going to take over Atlas. If it wasn't Malawan, it would have been Jacobs or Vladoff or even Tedior for crying out loud.
Time for 2 frames per second. Woohoo! I hope you enjoyed this.
From what?
From the cannon fucking thing in the Kanagawa ball fight.
Oh yeah.
Sayonara, Zanara! Shit! Oh, that was amazing! Eat my big ball, Kanagawa!
Eat my big ball, Kanagawa. Funny. Because later on he does.
Oh, come on! I mean, what's a little destruction of personal property between corporate takeover buddies?
Spoilers.
Spoilers.
Now that fragment's yours for the taking.
By later, I mean right now.
so fast.
Freeze ball! No!
Oh shit, he's corrosive first aid.
Who? The Rampager?
Thought I got one.
Oh yeah, he's armor and then double shield.
Man, this is gonna be hard.
Why, do you not have any shock?
No. It's hard to aim this grenade launcher shotgun thing. It's the only corrosive weapon I have, except for like a Malawan SMG. Whatever, I already got through that phase. Now I just spray him with my COV gun. And I died. Oh. I went horribly bad.
At Hyperion, we know you have a choice when it comes to guns. We just...
I can take it!
Oh my god, that thing is launched.
It's finally over. You did it!
No Gary. Bot hunter.
Oh, you can hear my TV?
Yeah. Alright though.
Nice save, Reese.
Thanks, but let's just take a moment to remember the fallen.
Oh yeah, I turned dialogue up so I could hear the Krieg logs better.
That's the second piece of the vault key. Bring it to me aboard Sanctuary.
Alright. Gotta go to Sanctuary.
Key fragment to me in the lab, Vault Hunter.
Oh yeah, I finally got the Twitch to YouTube upload thing to work that I was trying to do earlier.
Larger than us, or stronger. I shall examine this new fragment in private.
How'd you do that?
I just went on my computer and exported the videos over to YouTube. And then I just titled them whatever the video would be called, or the stream would be called. I'm trying to get that dumbass, stupid new copyright strike out of my channel though.
putting Malawan to shame out there, Zane. Thanks to you, Atlas might just survive this war after all. But we can't lose sight of the vault. We gotta get there before the Calypso. That's our mission. Let's check in with Reese. He said he's got intel on the final key.
Dialing in, Reese Strongport. Man, what a cool name. I bet his is. Esters didn't get bullied at all.
Hey guys, thanks for fixing my little death laser problem. Morale is soaring.
I like how there's characters that have skills that literally increase their damage by like 10% every time they get a kill, but the stupid shield only gets a 10% increase in damage for 3 seconds. Like, what the fuck? Who thought that was a good idea?
It's a siege, mustache, okay?
The same guy who thought giving Mose the sprint while shooting skill was a good idea instead of Zane, who has skills that synergize with moving really fast.
Exactly.
Cool. Well,
oh my god.
Still want it, even if you licked it.
No, I told you, it's one of my least favorite things about the design of this game. Is even though the skill trees are better, because, I mean, certain skill trees in previous Borderlands games you would just ignore entirely. At least in this game, on most of the characters, all 3 skill trees have their own use and purpose. Even if you're not using the skill tree and you're just using a class mod that buffs the skills in a skill tree, like Mose with the red skill tree. I hate the way she says family.
Who?
Tyrene.
I'm far too humble to say how great I look right now.
How much iridium do I have? 282. Wow.
Purple big boys.
I got the blues. Do you still see my like things on the left side of the screen?
No, I turn those notifications off, dude.
Oh.
I'm not weird like you.
Later, Vault Hunter.
Big boy rocket.
Before it's gone. I'm sure we'll be doing this.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh yeah, I was gonna talk to Earl. Earl?
Find something! Get lost! Goodbye! Just another word for
on, give me the damn trophy. Oh my god.
God Queen, Kyrene, coming at you live.
What's a good Zane name?
What?
What's a good Zane name? Zane name.
Just call him Zane. It's a Zane name. Zane.
Zane name.
Didn't think I could look better. Wonders never cease.
You could name him Do It a Zane.
Do it Zane? What?
No, a Zane. Like, again. For people who pronounce again like again.
Oh, do it again, do it a Zane. Ugh, that's so bad.
Yeah, but some people do pronounce again.
I know.
Because
they're saying no. I don't know, I want it to be funny.
That is funny.
T.
Weird.
You.
To you?
Sticky knee slapper.
You, brother.
Oh, boy. I can't do it.
Oh. What are you trying to do with that?
The Mickey Mouse.
In song.
Oh, boy.
In Zane? Yeah, I already did in Zane yesterday. I wanted to make it.
Yeah, that one's too easy.
Yeah, I was like...
In the membrane.
That's first grade level comment.
In Zane in the membrane.
Super fan! Oh, hope you don't mind me listening in.
I'm Zane Steve.
Just call him Zany.
No, I called him Zane name.
No, you don't call him Zane name, you call him Zane.
No, call him Zane.
Z-A-N-E.
No, I'm better.
It's not a pun or a name.
It's not. It's Zane's name.
That's not. That's only funny to you. If I did that and told you I did it, you would say it was stupid.
Nah. Maybe, probably, most likely.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I couldn't think of anything. Stop, get out my shield. Stop.
Somebody wanted to find Iridian ruins, they called me, Typhon DeLeon, the first Vault Hunter.
How do they manage to make fucking shotguns on an AR better than fucking real shotguns?
That's what I was saying. They're better.
Stupid.
Shotguns on the ARs and shotguns on the sniper rifles.
370K.
Jacob weapons early on in the game are just broken. And then they're so bad later on, except for masters.
Smash her in the butt.
If I said that, you would have gone, yeah.
And I would have been like, nasty boy.
Oh, you're here.
Something.
Awesome. Zero, let them in.
And you know it too.
You're here, buddy. Open up the door.
Yeah.
Oh, great now, Zero.
Nah.
You bully. Mong.
You bully gong.
Donkey Kong.
64.
92.
Hmm?
Exactly.
Mine was actually topical because it...
And mine wasn't.
Yeah, exactly. Yours is unfunny.
Or is it?
It's not.
Come up to my office/museum grade aquarium and I'll get you that tasty
Kill me.
fragment. Now I just have to find where Zero disappeared to. Easy, Liam. The Vault Hunter's with me. VIP. All access.
Oh, sorry, sir.
What if all these times that you said my jokes aren't funny, I took them seriously and I decided to end my life? Huh, Dustin? What about then? What would you do?
I wouldn't
Oh, you're
know.
level 10?
We built this place from the foundations. The old Atlas was just a
Operative.
pile of glass
Oh, that's
sand
Zane?
and bankruptcy filings when I got here.
Yeah.
Nice place,
Ah,
Reese.
you want to be
I'm
like
gonna
me.
enjoy watching it burn from the inside out. Get over
You
it,
had the highest
Kanagawa.
level Zane
You can't
first,
hold
I
the
guess.
city. The key fragments slipped through your fingers, and now you're losing your grasp on reality.
So me leveling my other zones permitted
right
to when
you can't
you
get
and
past
Neil decide to play, so.
What the hell? That was the defense command center. Oh no.
Catch a
Close to the courtyard. Where the hell is Zero?
Pour one out for old Scooty boy.
Sitting ducks. We
And
cannot
then give him a
lose
good old...
Atlas.
That was weak.
That was trash.
That was absolute weak sauce. I wanted it to be like...
Jesus. Why do I keep... Like, I'm so freaking weird, dude. I know it does no damage, but I still keep doing it.
Doing what?
Meleeing after I'm, like, I emptied my clip. even though the bosses or the enemy's health isn't even that low. It was so much better early on, but later on the melee damage is undead.
Throw in the barrier!
Yeah, and the sad part is nothing you do will ever make it good enough to kill anything in a higher level situation. It'll always be trash. Even with the face puncher. It punches faces, what's not good about it? Says Brick.
But does he really?
Like, no. I wish. I wish if you had that gun equipped, you'd be like, is that the face puncher? Oh
It'd be
man,
cooler
I wish
if he gave it to you.
Well, he punches faces. He doesn't need the face puncher.
Exactly, that's why he would give it to you.
Yeah, but why would he even have it in the first place?
For the fun.
To be honest, I don't even understand why they let him have guns in the first game.
All he does in the next
just
2 games is punch people and throw fucking axes or sledgehammers.
Hammers.
Yeah. It's so weird. Rolling. Rolling is rolling in
Zero
peace.
stabbed you in the back. How's it feel, Reese? Shut up, Katagawa. Zero would never betray me.
Boys are all cut up, brother. Looks like Zero's turned.
No. Zero's loyalty is not in question. Wherever he is, he must have a good reason. You just focus on kicking out Malawan.
Kind of fun and weird how Zero was missing when they most needed him.
Teach you how to fight.
And then he does show up and still he doesn't do anything. Like what the fuck, dude?
Take them out.
Where?
The Katagawa fight, everything's there. When he's most needed, he's not there, and then when he does show up, he just leaves instantly.
Because stealth. That's the game's logic anyways.
They're swarming all over the place. Eat it, Katagawa. Eat that tasty tech. Yeah! Courtyard defenses are back online.
What the fuck kind of tick was that? Didn't even hit me.
Actually survive this. Head through Atlas Tower. My troops are still holding it.
Fingers getting tired over here.
Contacts to the north and south. We've got mechs coming over the walls. Malawan on the ground. Atlas forces retreat to the tower. Establish a
Zane is the only character that I love hearing every single interaction with the NPCs with.
It's so nasty, Jesus Christ.
What is?
Cryo, Zane.
Really, it's just that one skill.
Yeah. Just freezes them instantly. I wouldn't say instantly, but it freezes them.
Yeah, and then if you use a cryo gun and that skill, then it's just...
Yeah.
You guarantee a freeze.
Not even using
and then
cryo guns, and I'm still, like, freezing them every time. If not getting them super slowed down. Defender. Is he really good with smashers? That's what I'm good.
I mean, every character is kinda.
Wow, look at this stadium.
Is that gonna unlock this?
What was that yet?
No, I'm wondering if that Python log is gonna unlock the chest, but it doesn't.
You have to get all 3 of them.
Yeah.
I never heard the guy in the crew quarters who goes, "My body's gonna explode!"
Oh my god, dude. Enemies can't do anything against me. Do they get cryo resistance over time if you freeze them multiple times?
What?
Do the enemies get cryo resistance over time if you freeze them multiple times?
No. Not that I know of.
The Malawan command ship is over our rear courtyard. If we get the turrets to take it down, this whole assault falls flat on its face. Get rid of those no-hounds.
I thought they were gonna come out, but of course they gotta go into the danger.
Are gone. We need a new plan, Reese.
Crap. Okay. Well, we left the Viper driving the orbital laser, right? Maybe it's got enough juice left to take out that command ship. You gotta hold them off while I get it working.
You couldn't hit a cow's arse with a bando. 86 gold bricks. Come on!
On. Okay, I'm connected to the Viper Drive. It's still working. We can do this. It wants a password. Did I set a password on this?
Hurry it up, brother.
Yeah, I'm on it. Just, this hint button. Best Kroger flavor. Oh, come on, me. That could be anything. Zingberry Crunch. No. Beanie and vanilla. No, damn it. Chocolate dill pickle. Yes! Woohoo! I'm in! Okay, this might actually work. Laser control. Go! Setting up the asteroid's reactors. We are only gonna get one shot.
So stupid. If you're wondering why they're doing that, it's because that's what Reese was doing. They can't do anything.
Countermeasures. I can't get a target lock.
Shoot the bloody thing!
I got it. Got it. Target locked. Firing.
Nice.
It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Oh wow! I am legitimately crying. Ooh, thank you. Thank you. Vault Hunter Atlas is safe. Now I just have to.
No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't recreate the magic of that.
Oh, don't worry about Zero, Reese. He'll find you.
Your mind games won't work, Katagawa. Zero's on my side. Oh, see? He just walked in. I'm looking at him right now. Zero, man, everyone's just completely lost it. What? Zero, what are you doing? No! Oh no! Oh no! Vault Hunter, Zero's trying to kill me. He's the traitor. I know, I can hardly believe it myself.
You just don't get it, do you, Reese? This whole war could have been nice and quick. I move in, take Promethea, and make Atlas a subsidiary of Malawan. Then I make you vice president of Beach Drinks. We all win. That's how it works. That's how it's always worked. You were special, Reese. I saw that. You brought this bottom shelf company back from the dead. With you in the family, we could have turned Malawan into a universal monopoly. You and me. Brothers. Selling the only weapons anyone would ever need in all 6 galaxies. But I reached out my hand, and you spat in it, Reese. So now you're not family. You're just a competition.
That other COV that I had. Or was that it? I don't know.
Nobody does bullets better than Marcus Munitions. No questions asked.
Excuse me.
There you go.
I'm eating ice cream.
Like Karen.
Zero! Come on, man! I thought we were friends! You should have joined the family, Reese!
Favorite son by elimination. I never even noticed you said that.
Did you see that?
Jackpot.
No, that's just what it says when you do the Moxie quest. And excuse me.
Kanagawa Junior son. Oh my god, if this glitch shit doesn't get out of my face.
What glitch shit?
Stupid thing that he makes you see when he throws that grenade at you. Against Kanagawa. I don't know what it is, but regular enemies can do it too when I...
It makes him invisible.
Wow.
If you're standing inside of it, you can't see him. You can only see the beam coming off of his rifle.
Man, this is an annoying fight.
Get that attractive bastard right there! Not a good... I was made for this!
Gas shit.
Don't you cross it!
Stop! Stupid ass boss. Die! Oh my god. Are you serious? If bosses didn't have immunity phases, I would have gotten up right there. But because he was immune doing the dying animation, he didn't die. Didn't matter what I did. So stupid. I don't know who thought that was a good idea, but they need to get fired.
Are you gonna say that about everything?
Of course, I would have to do them again, right? I don't know.
I hate this Zane skin because it gives him a mustache that clips through his goddamn collar.
What is it called?
It's called, or it's a head, I guess. It's called Tough Scruff.
Brain freeze. Why? Why do you have to
love
in my ear?
The Echo theme called Potato Phone. Because it just makes your freaking Echo theme, it just makes your Echo look like a container of French fries from like Burger King. Just like a blue case with like a bunch of French fries for the background.
Well done, Vault Hunter. Thank you for saving my bro. That creep is finished.
You
The
disappeared.
loaded sprinkles one is if you want your thing to look like Homer Simpson donuts all over it.
Radio silence.
Like I said, Zero, I super trusted you the whole time, and it was completely justified.
Another TTV viewer? Yeah, it's definitely a
I
real
owe
human.
you everything. You fought off an all-out
TTV? What do you mean?
my company and killed
Another
my freaky
TTV
business
viewer is another Twitch
Before I
TV
give you
viewer,
this key
which is
fragment,
like a bot account, pretty much.
One last thing to ask of you. Am I pulling
Is
off
it
this
really,
mustache or
though?
what?
I'm pretty sure. It has 5,000 followers, and it has a stream of, like, saying, follow for host or some shit.
I bet that's how most people feel who stream Twitch. It's like, oh, someone's what? No, it was just a bot.
I have someone watching me, that's real, I think.
Emil?
Other than Emil. He's not even here anymore. Loser.
He's too busy being a snack. He hasn't upgraded to the full meal yet.
I'm someone with 57,000 followers watching me? Sure. Sure.
I don't want to know that guy. Why am I in a party with you right now?
I would never do that to you, Dustin. You're too cool.
What? If I was cool,
oh, you would do that to me?
Of course.
Oh, man. I see how it is.
I'm just fucking joking, dude.
Why does everyone get all weird about
I don't
my
even
hand?
do what you do, so.
What do you do?
It's perfection itself. I am happy.
I'm saying I don't have people on my streams to talk
Wow.
and stuff like that.
Yep, me. I'm there all the time.
It's a lot to take in.
Well, no, I mean
I will remember that.
in like a party chat.
One vault key fragment
Oh.
The last time I did that was on like a Monster Hunter video with taters, and the video was like an hour and a half long because my internet fucked up.
Oh, my eyes burn.
I could hitchhike.
Alright, after I turn this in, I think I'm ending the stream here because I'm kind of tired.
Very good. That is the third and final vault key fragment. Bring it to me on Sanctuary and I will assemble the full key.
Up. I go to Sanctuary to sell all this garbage.
And buy more SDUs.
I can't, cause I opened up the loot container thing, right? And it dropped a whole bunch of level 50 gear, so I just sold it, and now I can't. Everything is super expensive.
I did the same thing.
That's such a cool system, though. It's probably the main reason to actually use it, other than leaving gear on the ground that you might have lost or not seen.
Well, I had it happen with a legendary that apparently fell out of the map or something, or I just didn't, because I find it hard to believe I didn't see the marker on the map. Because I didn't hear the, like, dwing, ding.
Yeah, probably fell out of the map immediately or something.
Mm-hmm. Either dropped from a flying enemy or some shit like that. But that's something that's cool about this game that would never happen in any of the other ones. Is you saw that legendary go out of bounds and fall off a cliff, it's gone. It ain't coming back. The only thing that would come back, and it would be cool if it was a feature, is if a gunnerang was gonna fall off a cliff, it just automatically magnetizes to your character. Just because it's a gunnerang.
So buy it already.
How much is this? $9.8 million to buy a bank SDU.
More death in my pocket.
Yeah, good luck. You'd be sitting shooting that barrel for 15 minutes by yourself.
Yep.
At least you can have a slightly easier time killing the Mayhem 4 enemies.
Now, shoot! I need to do a lot of science, and your natural odor is alluring.
I say slightly because multiplayer can actually be a benefit to just have the enemies aggro split. Especially with the jabbers, because when 3 or 4 badass jabbers spawn, they can become real annoying to deal with.
Yeah. Especially the ones with the armor on them.
Did it kill her?
Oh yeah, those are the badass ones.
Oh yeah.
Calypso's trying to spin that. Now, we've got an opening and we're gonna take it. Reese, where's that vault?
First off, I want to say a little something. You saved my skin and the skins of every Atlas employee. Skin's important. Stop saying skin. Right. The vault. It's hidden underneath the Apollyon Transit Station.
It's in the middle of the city? How did no one ever find it?
The old Atlas Corporation just paved right over it. I found it when I took over, but I wasn't about to pop the top on that thing in a populated area. Opening a vault is messy stuff. But I'll leave that up to you. Reese. Oh!
We'll have to be fast.
I just realized you don't see Reese ever again after that Katagawa mission.
Point with the vault hunter. This one's mine. We're opening a vault.
So fucking
expect
weird.
me to miss that? I can handle myself, siren or not.
Lilith, we don't know what's down there. It could get ugly.
Bait and
switch. You brought me back to the
switch.
Raiders for a reason. You're the commander. Use the weapons you've got.
They made everyone think that the story was going to
all
revolve
you.
around Reese
Next vault, we do
in
it
terms
together.
of how we dealt
Once you've
with
got your wings
them,
back.
but in reality it's
All right,
Tyrene
Maya,
and Troy
let's gear up.
and
First
Ava,
vault, what should I bring?
Nope. Stay with Lilith.
the trifecta
Seriously?
of unlikableness. Except for I like Troy.
I'm ready, Maya.
I don't know, some people hate Troy, but I think Troy's character is actually
See you
more
planet side, Vault Hunter.
of a better character.
Ava, I can use some
Better,
help
but
up
he
here on
I
the
still
bridge.
don't.
You want to take comms?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
His boss fight is cool.
I like Troy because of the side missions and stuff like that you have to do with or about him. Like that one log you find with him and Aurelia.
Ew. I'm gonna get demonetized. What the hell? Just got stuck in the locker.
The only thing you'll get demonetized for in Borderlands 3 is Tannis's butt. Excuse me? She's got a big butt and I cannot like not actually that big.
So weird.
Like Flax says, Ellie's the only one that actually has admirable heft.
Alright guys, I'm ending the stream here. I already know. I'll see you tomorrow or something. I don't know. Peace. My 3 viewers.